This meeting is going to be live streamed, just so everybody knows. And then on the doodle poll, yes, make sure that tomorrow you can take care of it. If you do need, we'll figure it out. We will definitely take care of that.
All right, you should be live on YouTube.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I think Stacy just joined. Stacy, can you say hi, check your audio?
All right.
There you are. Perfect.
There. Yep.
Perfect, perfect. Welcome. Okay. We are about to get started. I think that is Scott popping on. Could be wrong. Scott, is that? Yes, it is. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Okay, so your audio, your video.
So Willow is Scott, is that right?
That's correct.
If you guys want to be super helpful to some extent, we might, or excuse me, I might accidentally call you by your wrong name, so I might accidentally call Scott Willow. If you hover over your image in the top right corner, your 3 little dots, you can click on that and then drop down and hit rename. So if you want to rename yourself, please do. If not, I will try my darndest to remember to call Scott. Scott, I'm not calling you out in particular. I'm sorry about that, Scott. But otherwise, there is a very real possibility I will mistakenly call you by the wrong name, and I apologize profusely beforehand. One, two, three. Oh, I was counting Pat as a participant. I was like, we have everybody, but
We're missing one.
we're missing Grace. Okay.
Stephanie, I'm going to start recording, or everybody, just so you know, I'm going to start recording now.
This meeting is being recorded.
So we will get started. How is everyone doing today?
Good.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Good.
Well,
Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. It will be a fun time. I'm hopeful. Let me just pull a couple things in a couple places and get my computer slightly organized to some extent.
While Kimberly's doing that, I just want to add our tech person or IT person mentioned that at least one of you in the past have had streaming issues. And being in Montana, we do have broadband issues. So we might, if we can't understand you or hear you, we might ask you to turn your video off. I think, Druska, that happened to you in the past, perhaps, where you've had to take, yeah. Hopefully everybody can keep their cameras on. We like to see everybody instead of just talking to a blank screen, but just be aware that we might have to do that occasionally if there's some broadband issues.
Thank you.
Kimberly, it's all yours.
Thank you for that. Very helpful to know. Yes, please do stay on camera. Otherwise, I will assume, like Matt mentioned, he's napping. I will call on you. Just kidding. So thank you, everyone, for coming today. We'll get started. We do have a lot to cover. I'll start by sharing my screen here. Make sure that everybody can see. Can we see that?
Yep.
Okay. So I will zoom in so that we get a quick overview of the meeting today. What I do want to highlight is that this meeting is being recorded. As Deb mentioned, if you try to do multiple things at the same time, watching the YouTube video while being on Zoom, there might be some issues. And if you do have any issues at any point in time and need to go off camera, we completely understand. But please try to stay on as much as possible. And remember that this is being recorded, of course. So today what we're really going to cover is, this is the introductory meeting of why we're here. We're going to cover first starting off with just introductions overall, getting to know who's in the room, who's in the space. Then we'll have a bit of a chat about the purpose and the decision charter, which has been already sent to you, what that looks like, why we're gathered. And then we'll have a bit of a break. And then we will pop into a conversation and discussion with the director. We might have to tweak or change the timing of that depending on how much content we're covering and how quickly or whatnot. But we really do want to make sure that we're covering overall the introductions for everyone here, making sure that we have a strong understanding of why we're meeting, and then having that conversation and discussion with the director and the process overall and what it looks like. And that's the decision-making process. So the way that I really look at the agenda overall and what we're trying to cover is, we're trying to cover, first off, the why are we here? Why are we meeting? What's that big overview? Then we cover a little bit about the what is going on, the purpose, all that fun stuff. We'll talk a little bit about the how with the facilitation process, and then the operational process of the decision-making process, how we work as a group together. It's a really long way of me saying that today is an introductory meeting. We're trying to get to know each other. We're trying to cover a lot of content on just how this group works together. I do understand that 4 hours in a virtual setting is incredibly challenging. We do have one break. I'm trying to make this as engaging as possible throughout to make sure that we incorporate your thoughts and feedback throughout, and recognize that there may be times when you need to step away or look away or things along those lines. Please just let me know what your needs are through the process. Are there any questions before we dive into overall introductions and into the heart of the meeting itself? Deb, it looks like you went off mute.
I just wanted to add, I've been trying to keep people muted unless they're talking because there is some feedback. So if you guys could just remember to do that, that would be great.
Great point. So let me pop into any other questions just on the agenda overall before we get started. So I'll do a quick run through of just basic Zoom and etiquette, and then we'll dive into the introductions too, just so that we can all make sure that we're operating under the same Zoom sort of etiquette, I guess. So there are a couple things that I'd want you to know about Zoom if you haven't used the platform or are not very familiar with it. This icon here in the top right, it allows you to change your view. So you can go from gallery view to speaker view or whatever your preference is. It also allows you to pop out so you can see 2 screens at once. So that's what this view button up here does. In the bottom left, you'll see the mute icon. So that will allow you to mute and unmute. So it's recommended to stay muted unless you're going to speak. That minimizes all that background noise that we could possibly hear. And any unintended noises coming through. So if you if you want to stay muted, please do. Just be mindful of those background noises, or if you want to stay unmuted, please do. But just be mindful of those background noises. The next to the right of the mute button is the video button that allows you to turn on and off your camera. As we mentioned, please stay on if you can, but that will allow you to activate the process. The next one is the chat. So you should see participants, chat, and then the greenish one is the share screen. So chat is just the side panel where we can type information to each other and have a discussion and conversation via chat. I will occasionally enter things into chat for you to see, especially for moving through different conversations and discussions, just as a space to hold that conversation. I try to use chat with intention so that we aren't having two meetings at the same time. So just make sure that you recognize that chat button's there. The next one is the far one to the right. It's called reactions. That one's important because it allows you to click and create different emojis or different things throughout the process. So if you wanted to do a thumbs up or something along those lines, that's where you will find that. You will also find in this button, when you click on reactions, there's something called raise hand. What that does is that allows me to know if you have something that you want to say. You can either raise your virtual hand or your physical hand. I will put the preface, if you raise your physical hand, please make sure you're on camera. Otherwise, I will not know. But that is where you can find that icon, of course. The very last one that I will let you know is this red one over here, which I did not even indicate with a circle of any shape, way, or form or identify what it is. Seems self-explanatory. It says leave. If you click that, you will no longer be in this meeting. Please do not click that in this meeting unless you do not want to be in this meeting anymore. Are there any questions on the platform itself? Okay, pop quiz. Everybody click a reaction for me. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Great. Okay. Stephanie, I don't think I saw one. Matt? Triska, I don't think I saw one. Did we all fit? Okay, there we go. Matt, you're on mute. Do you see it in the bottom of your Zoom panel? Matt, you might have to mute and unmute successfully, and then
how do I make my screen bigger?
So you might be in a different view of I'm not sure how you have a small screen. We'll circle back with you, Matt. So we recognize I will not ask for anything at this point in time. If you do need to raise your hand or provide any reactions, I will specifically make sure that I stop and pause for you.
All right.
I think that there was one other that I might have missed, but we'll circle back on that. Any other questions, comments on Zoom overall? Okay. So the next is the fun sort of ground etiquette rules that I've created. We're going to go over them quickly, and I'll ask you if there's anything else that you want to add, just for etiquette-wise. So first and foremost, remain on camera unless you can't, unless there's some reason why, tech, whatever it may be. Please do remain on camera as long as you can. Second, please do be ready to participate. So be ready to mute and unmute accordingly, and be willing to engage throughout. I will ask for a discussion, and I do hope that we can all engage in the process. Be mindful of your airtime. So that what we're really trying to say is just to try to touch base with other folks to see if they have things to say. Be mindful of how long you're communicating or speaking out. I will say with Zoom, you cannot have two people talk at the same time. It self-regulates that. If you do that, no one will hear anything. So it is one person at a time. So just be mindful that no one else can speak when you are speaking. Please do listen to others with the intent of listening, not necessarily with the intent of speaking. We are going to have a lot of different diverse thoughts and ideas in this group, so please do take the time to listen to each other and try to listen with the intent of understanding. Use your raise hand function or if you cannot physically raise your hand, make sure you're on the camera. Or if we're having technical issues, we'll figure it out. But please do choose the raise hand function or indicate when you do have something that you want to say if you haven't been captured. So either chat or raise hand, but preferably raise hand. And then last but not least is minimize distractions. I know that we have computers, they have lots of things, they have ample amount of information. It is easy to get sucked into all of that information, but please do try to be present in the group discussions and the process overall. Are there any other items that we need to add to this for basic etiquette, Zoom etiquette? So whenever it's really quiet as a facilitator, I will think one of two things. I have frozen.
You're good.
You're frozen.
You're
Yes,
good.
yes. It's good? Okay. Any other nods, shake heads? We're okay with these? Okay, thank you.
Thumbs up. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I will push for participation just so that you guys know this. The next part of today's agenda, we're going to jump into the heart of it. So this was the housekeeping items, the just general overall. So it's a little bit different to be in a group of new folks. We want to know who we are and who we're working with, right? And so what we're going to jump to next is introductions. And instead of simply just saying our name and our organization or what we're known for, what we're going to do is we're going to pose a question to start. Everyone joined here for a reason. There's something that's important to each individual as an individual. And as we're working together for the next several months, we want to get to know each other. We want to know what we're thinking about different things, and we want to feel comfortable and willing to participate. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask a question. Just what does collaborative elk management look like to you? I'm going to stop sharing. And I will put it in the chat shortly. So what we'd like you to do is just say your name and what collaborative elk management means to you. Not necessarily your solutions or how to solve problems, but really what your overall thoughts and vision is on collaborative elk management, with the focus on collaborative and that process overall. We do want to have the opportunity for everyone to speak and feel comfortable in speaking. So uninterrupted time is what we're going for. I will say that at 5 minutes, if you go about 5 minutes, I will interrupt you and just say you're at the 5-minute mark. Please wrap things up. I'm going to ask for forgiveness on that, just so that we're able to get everyone's voice into the room and we're able to hear everyone's conversations and discussions. Are there any questions from folks? Okay. So we will get started. What I'm going to do is I'll put first the list in chat of the folks that I have, so that you have an order. And I'm going to give you a pause. I'm kind of taking my time here. And the reason is that typically when we're given a question, we don't always know how to promptly respond. So some of us like to reflect a little bit. So I'm giving you a bit of time to think about what your response will be. I'm going to put an order in the chat for folks that we have. That should be everyone. Okay, yes. And then I'm going to type in the chat the question as well.
And Kimberly, if I may, to give Matt even a little bit more time since he's first on the list, I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name's Deb O'Neill. I work in the director's office on special projects. I've been with the agency 12 years now. I have a wildlife biology background, mostly with carnivores and wildlife conflict. And I'm here to help you guys be successful in this. So I would have to say what elk management collaboration looks like to me is I'm seeing it on the screen. This is you guys. So that's what it looks like to me and what it looks like to FWP. So
Thank you, Deb. And I will also say, Matt, I think we need to change your name on the decision charter.
Yeah, for some reason, that's my oldest son's name. So
We'll make
I don't
those
know where that came from, but
we will make those changes for you. Don't you worry. So we will start with Matt, if you wouldn't mind. Let us know, let the next person know. So in this case, he'd know when it's his turn too. And
okay. So I guess you want to start off a little bit about ourselves, where we're from and what we do, or just strictly what collaborative elk management looks like.
So here's my thought on that. I think that it's really important to get to know each other. I think that we have a lot of different things that we've done in our lives. We have a lot of different credentials that come with our names, right? What's more important is our relationship with each other, really. So if you do feel a need to tell us what you do and if that's part of your identity and you want to share that, by all means, please do. I really want to build a framework in here for us to work on collaborative elk management in particular, recognizing that we do come from diverse backgrounds, we come from diverse perspectives and diverse histories. So your diversity in that regard is respected. And we're really thinking about how to collaborate together. So if you do, that's a long way of me saying, if that is important to you, please do share that. Otherwise, what's really important in this space is getting to know each other on what collaborative elk management looks like, regardless of our histories, our backgrounds, our experience and whatnot. So full discretion for each of you to go forth how you'd like.
Okay. Well, I think it is pretty important in my case of where I'm from and what I do. I mean, I live in central Montana, up in the Missouri River Breaks area, and I'm a landowner, a rancher, and an outfitter, and I'm pretty involved with all the issues. And I feel like I've got kind of been thrown in the middle of all this stuff because I see all sides. Like we have next door neighbors who are billionaires that harbor thousands of elk. I myself am an outfitter, and we're surrounded with public lands. And so I guess what collaborative elk management looks like to me is where everybody is represented in this piece. And I feel like a lot of what's happened in the past is different groups have had more influence, like when people get to promote one agenda over the other, sometimes we become in this divisive situation where we have winners and losers. And I mean, I think this is a borderline impossible task with a group of 12 people that we're going to come up with a new idea that hasn't been thought of in the last 20 years. Like that's just, I think, a reality is, but what I think we can do is we can balance everybody's needs and everybody, we can hopefully come to an agreement here where every group is heard and everybody feels like they got dealt a fair hand. So I guess that's just kind of a quick overview. So I guess Heath can go now.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, I'm Heath Hansen. I'm from Whitehall. A little background about me. I own a noxious weed spraying business. Have done a lot of habitat improvement type stuff. Pretty familiar with the reclamation side of things. And most of my life's been revolving around vegetation for the last 10, 12 years. I'm also a certified arborist that does some utility work for Northwestern Energy. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. As far as collaborative elk management, I think it's like we've said, it's a group of people coming together from different backgrounds and different aspects with more than likely different interests to come up with some ideas that can help hopefully everybody, and also come to kind of a common agreement that we can bring forward to the people in Montana. So that's where I'm at. I think you're up, Chuck.
You're on mute, Chuck.
Okay, thank you. My name is Chuck Ryan, and it's spelled rain, but so, you know, I answer to both, but that is how my name is pronounced. Collaborative elk management is, well, first of all, elk management is done outside of the Fish and Game Department itself with the three-legged stool concept. You have landowners, you have outfitters, and you have sportsmen. All those interests are important. And in the past, I think what we've done is we've maybe catered more heavily because of political pressure to one or the other. And I'm not saying which one it's been, but if it's not done from all sides, without politics, without rancor. Collaborative means that people got together and talked about things and came up with things they could agree on and discarded those that they couldn't. And that's what I think we need to do here. There'll be things that we won't agree on, and we'll have to kick those out the door, but let's come up with some things that we can and see if we can move our way forward. Look, I've worked on this since I was the landowner sportsman chairman for stock growers back in the early 90s, actually late 80s. And it's a passion for me to figure out what we've done wrong and to come up collaboratively a way to do it right. Thank you. And I'm not sure who's next.
Scott Tingleberg. Tingleberg? Is that, did I say your last name right?
Say it again.
Tingleberg?
It's 3 syllables. It's Tingleberg. Tingleberg. So
Perfect.
yeah, so good stuff from the other guys. I guess to me, off the cuff, what collaborative elk management looks like to me is to recognize the two truths, or the two realities, if you will, of public wildlife and private property rights, and find the middle ground as best as we can, where both sides can agree to live with it. I think what the other gentleman said about being in an impossible position to find a perfect solution is absolutely correct. But I think if we can find a middle ground where everyone can agree that we can live with that, not everyone's going to be happy all of the time. But if we can do our best in that regard, that's how I look at it. That's what it means in my mind to me.
Thanks, Scott. Stacy?
Hi, I am Stacy Ketchum. I am a rancher, businessman, hunter from Eastern Montana, from Miles City to be exact. And I guess as far as collaboration goes with elk management, I think it's going to be a large group effort, just not from the 12 of us, but the state level all the way down to the Main Street businessman that definitely has a say in, you know, hunting and ranching throughout the state of Montana. So, and I do think it is, I agree with Matt Scott that this is going to be a mountain to climb from every aspect. And I think Brent's next.
Thanks, Stacy. Can you hear me all right, Kimberly? Yeah. All right. So background on myself, I was born and raised in Western Montana, and by degree, I'm a veterinarian. I spent 3 years as a mixed animal practitioner in Hardin, Montana, and then I moved back to Western Montana to work as an infectious disease scientist for the last 16 years. I've been employed doing that with an emphasis on chronic wasting disease. That's probably what landed me a spot on this daunting committee. should know that I've hunted both public and private lands my entire life. I'm an avid elk hunter. I do have extended family in central Montana that are ranchers and make a living off of ranching. And I get to spend time over there vetting and also hunting. So agricultural interests are also important to me. I'm happy to hear everyone thinks this is impossible, has been thrown out. Other words, I consider it daunting. When given kind of the spreadsheet or the instructions that we need to come up with a solution to this problem, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but I guess my idea of the collaboration would be to come up with the best possible plan for the future of all the stakeholders, including elk. So that's what I've got. Let's see, Scott Van Dyken is next.
Hi, I'm Scott Van Dyken. I'm a captain at the Cascade County Sheriff's Office up here in Great Falls. And then I'm on a lot of boards where I have to work with all kinds of different agencies and stuff like that. I grew up in Bozeman, well, southeast of Bozeman, and hunting the huge herds of elk in Yellowstone National Park before the wolves were introduced. And I've seen that whole dynamic change, and where there's barely any elk down there now. And I agree with everybody else. This is going to be a tough task to take on. And I mean, there's some very well-spoken people on here, which is exciting that we're going to have a great group of intelligent people on here. And then the other part that hasn't been mentioned yet is like when we come up with a solution, we're all not going to agree on it. But I think a good part of our job too is to sell it to the public. Like, hey, this is the best we could do. And considering the circumstances, and move forward in a positive direction. And not everybody in the public's going to like it. We're probably going to get some nasty emails or something like that. And we have to be prepared for that. So.
Thank you, Scott. Looks like Grace. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Grace?
Grace?
Looks like you can hear us. Grace, can you hear us?
Are you Grace? Are you asking
Yes.
for me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah, my name's Race King. I do manage a pretty large property in southwest Montana, and probably the only thing I might add for this conversation is, like all of you, thought this through well and are prepared. But I think it's going to be hard to have a huge win because this issue hasn't started yesterday, and we probably won't likely find the major solution. But I think any step forward in elk management that makes sense for all stakeholders will be positively looked at least from those that have worked on it. But once again, one thing I might add is that we do ranch as well, and we do ranch inside this designated surveillance area. And so maybe that might be the one perspective that I might try to bring back, as we're in our discussions, is how that's affecting not only that population, but also those of us that have these other areas of interest here in southwest Montana. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Stephanie?
Hi, my name is Stephanie Prater. I work at a small rural hospital in Lewistown, Montana. We in Region 4 here are a big part of the elk problem and being over objective. I am born and raised in Montana. Just an avid hunter, sportsman. I'm super blessed to hunt public and private. I have some great friends who are landowners, and I see the problems that they go through with the hay and just the family ranch. And I want to help bridge that gap and improve hunter and sportsman relations. I think that's a big part of the collaborative elk management, is instead of all of us complaining, finding some compromise that we all can live with, and really just be Montanans and friends, and bridge that gap. So that's all.
Thank you. Next, we have Druska.
Am I unmuted now?
You
Can
are
I do
unmuted.
that? Good. So I'm Druska Kinky, livestock producer in Paradise Valley. I too, well, with my family, try and do the whole ranching thing in the designated surveillance area, which adds a whole another layer of issues to our work. I think for me, collaboration ends up meaning that you have to listen to everyone in the room, recognizing that we're not all coming from the same space, and that we're going to be different. And I think at the end of the day, we have to build relationships. And those relationships are with each other on this Zoom. It's with the different agencies and the different groups that are interested in what we're doing. And if we can't build those relationships, we're going to fail. And I have every faith that everybody sitting here can build relationships. So I hope it's not as daunting as people think it's going to be, but I'm willing to, put in the work. I also served on the guiding principle group, which sort of prefaced this group. So we'll see how it all goes, but I'm happy to be here. So thanks. And Ian, you're up.
All right. My name is Ian Wargo. I am a civil engineer. I live up in Kalispell, up in northwest Montana. So I think maybe my viewpoint's going to be probably a little bit different than most of the people on the board. You know, being up in Kalispell, Montana, I've got the privilege to go play around in eastern Montana and get to hunt a couple ranches and, you know, go see that part of the state, but kind of where my passion lies and where my experience is at is just being a public land hunter in the vast expanses of public land that we have in northwest Montana. And I just kind of want to bring attention to, you know, the fact that just in my short lifetime, we've seen a drastic decline in elk populations on public land. And I think if we can, you know, there's a dumpster fire going on right now in eastern Montana, unfortunately, with elk and all the interest. And I totally understand that, but just to not overlook, I think maybe one of the more obvious parts of the solution would be to see elk restored to, you know, our vast tracts of public land that we have in this state, the Bob Marshall surrounding areas, et cetera. So that might, you know, potentially take some pressure off of the other areas in the state. You know, as far as what does elk management look like to me? I mean, I think we, like others said, it's this group. It's getting all varied backgrounds, all stakeholders together, getting them a voice at the table, and then trying to put our heads together to maximize the interests of each stakeholder. But I think I'd add, you know, it's been said, but I'd add one thing that I think that, you know, as a group, I'd hope that the what we come out, or, you know, what we end up producing out of this group, that we wouldn't put the interests of any stakeholder above, you know, the interests of the elk and the habitat and whatnot. So, you know, maintain elk and habitat as, you know, probably one of the number one interests, and then try to get everybody below that, every stakeholder below that, to maximize their interests. So that's what I have. Aaron's next.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Just quick about me. Aaron Iverson from Conrad. I'm a 5th generation farmer from the area here, also involved in the banking industry now. And I guess my idea on collaborative elk management, I'm gonna, you know, piggyback off quite a few people that have already gone. And that's just finding common ground between landowners, the public, FWP, and government. While this is going to be a daunting task, as pretty much everyone has said here, if we can end July 31st with more common ground than we have right now, I think it's a huge win for the group. So that's where I'm coming from. So, and I'm unable to see who's next. So
that would be because no one else is listed on the list.
Oh, perfect.
Before I jump into introductions for myself and resources, is there anyone else that we missed? I thought we captured everybody, but did everyone? Yes. So let's jump into a quick conversation and then I'll fully introduce myself. What stood out to you in that conversation?
I'll go really. Just the diversity and the fact that everybody seems to have a fairly open mind at this point, and people are willing to acknowledge the fact that this is going to be daunting and hopefully work together and move forward.
So diversity, yes, daunting was mentioned a couple times. Chuck. You're on mute.
I thought Ian hit on a key point when he talked about restoring elk to public land. We continue to see a shift of these elk, and not necessarily because of pressure. It's just because what seems like what they want to do. They're not spending as much time in the mountains, and they're moving out into the prairies, and they're moving into more private land, and then that's caused us some division, you might say, among the three-legged stool. And I don't know how you would accomplish that, but it is a point that struck me that it's a big deal what's happening with the behavior of these elk. So I appreciated that comment.
Thank you, Chuck. What else stood out to folks? Yeah.
So I think it's basically a given, but it should be stated again that we wouldn't all be here if we didn't have a willingness to work together and with everybody. And I think we're a group that certainly understands the stakeholder issues and that there's multiple prongs to all of this. And but everybody is so willing to be here, and that deserves recognition.
Most definitely. Great insight. So what are your key takeaways from what we heard? From this group here, what are your key takeaways about this group? Yeah, Chuck.
Well, almost everyone said what a daunting task this was going to be. And I agree, it is going to be very daunting, but I also think that there's room here for improvement. If we take politics out of the scenario and do what's right for the elk, do what's right for all the stakeholders, we maybe not come up with something perfect, but we can do better than what we have to do better than what we've been doing. So I'm excited to work on it. And I know that there's a group of dedicated people here that are feeling the same way, and we're gonna get something done. I have confidence of that.
Inspirational ending. We're gonna get something done. Scott.
Yeah, I guess for me, one of the things that I took away from is everyone seems to be coming at this from a very similar place. And what I mean by that is, I didn't know, any of you folks that were going to be on this with me. I didn't know if we were going to have people that were, really leaning towards one leg of your stool, as you mentioned, Chuck. And I feel like, as a group of 12, I feel like just right off the bat, I feel like we're all coming from this at a very similar position. Like just the way we're looking at it, we seem to all kind of have the same basic understanding. And I think that's great, because I think we don't have to overcome the obstacle of, well, this person is, solely on the side of this group or this leg of the stool, as you said. So The takeaway for me was I really like, I'm really optimistic about where we're all starting from. And I think that listening to everybody, we have a lot of, the attitude is good, and I'm impressed with that.
Yeah, what do others think about that? Matt, did you raise your hand? Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out. There we go. Just kind of to add, yeah, just kind of build on what Scott said there is, I think, I mean, I guess I don't know everybody's stories or how much everybody has been involved, but it seems to me like a lot of the people who have been involved in this and the whole process have been butting heads with each other for the last 20 years. And I feel like a lot of them are trying to settle scores with each other and lose sight of what they're really doing, you know. And so it's kind of nice if we've got a fresh group of people that haven't been involved in a lot of those fights, that we don't have to wade through all of that history, I guess, and can actually do what's right, hopefully.
Aaron.
I guess along those lines too is, yeah, what a great group. I'm also, you know, coming from similar backgrounds, maybe your interests. It's going to be really interesting and exciting to see all the different viewpoints that even a group that is like-minded has at the end as well. So looking forward to it.
Do you think that this group is like-minded?
Like-minded might have been not the correct phrase, but same interest, we'll say.
Interesting. Okay. What do others think about that? Just out of curiosity. Race, are you adjusting your camera or trying to raise your hand?
How's that? You know, I guess the one thing, I think we are like-minded in one way. And I think we're going to probably challenge each other and many others. But it has been mentioned by several people here, and even those of us that think there's some real issues with elk management and especially quotas. And we're going to have different opinions. One gentleman thinks there's not enough on public land, and you know, many of us see that there's really too many in our area, at least in our experience. So we're going to be all over the board. But I think in one thing that's been mentioned several times is that you know, what we need to accomplish is also important just for the elk species themselves and for those, you know. So I thought that was interesting, and I would assume that all of us can find a lot of common ground on a few things.
Maybe like-minded in certain aspects, but there's that deep diversity and differing opinions too that we're going to have to discuss and see what that's like. Yeah. What else do you need to know from each other, about each other? Ian.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess it'd be interesting to kind of know, you know, expand on the introductions and just know exactly what each person's area of expertise is, because, you know, I can have opinions on what's going on in Eastern Montana, but without me spending an immense amount of time sitting, you know, hunting in Eastern Montana and then sitting, drinking coffee with landowners, ranchers, outfitters, other stuff, you know, it's easy for me to jump to a conclusion and maybe simplify the issues in one part of the state and vice versa, you know. Like I said, up in Northwest Montana, I mean, hopefully I can get into it at some point, but I think we have another very unique set of circumstances going on where, you know, a one size fits all approach, you know, just blanket, here's elk management in Montana. You can't sum it up. You have to have, you know, you have to have a varied approach to different areas and different localities and interests, because you know, the situation is different in each one of those localities. And it'd be interesting to know a little bit more, you know, learn from each of the people on here, what they've seen, what they feel like they're an expert on, and what they can bring to the table. Because I mean, I'd like to leave this being a lot more educated than a lot more opinionated, I guess.
So recognizing that there's this diversity within Montana, there might not be a one size fits all. And when we get to that point of really developing those solutions, maybe pulling in experts or representatives within that area, if whether they're in this group or externally, so maybe making sure that we really cater to the specific expertise and represent things accurately. Yeah. Other thoughts? Stephanie.
I'm really excited to not only have an opinion here and a voice on this council, but I also really am looking forward to listen and learn from everyone here. I think there's such a diverse committee here, and it is so neat that everybody is, at the end of the day, passionate about finding a solution. And so I'm excited to learn and help get that information out to the public so they understand all the different sides of the story and not just what side benefits them. They know a little bit more about what these ranchers are dealing with, outfitters and sportsmen all alike. We're all in this together, and I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you, Stephanie. Do we have any closing thoughts before we wrap up the introductions? Closing remarks anybody wants to make? Okay. So thank you for introductions. I think it's important to include introductions and try to have those conversations and discussions with each other. I know in a virtual space, this is actually can be quite challenging. We can't develop those same connections. We can't just on a break pop in and talk to folks. So really having that space to introduce each other before we dive in deeply does help build an identity of a group and helps us know who's in our space that we're having these conversations with. I think that key takeaways are there's diversity within this group. It also seems like there's this common ground or drive for a solution, recognizing that it may be difficult. Hopefully it won't be, but maybe it will be a little bit difficult. So those are some key insights that I heard. Any other thoughts, questions, comments before we go forward? Okay. Well, to give you a brief introduction of myself, I will let you know that I am a resource for you here. My name is Kimberly. Please do call me Kimberly at any point in time. Reach out to me if you have any questions or comments about how things worked, how these processes go for you. My area of expertise is really in collaboration, natural resource management in particular. So I am here as a tool for you to help guide through the conversations overall. And collaboration really means for me is having an effective process where everyone can say what they need to say and integrate ideas together effectively. So please do reach out at any point in time that you have any questions or comments or concerns. If something goes well for you in a meeting or you do not like something in a meeting, please do let me know. I do try to incorporate feedback as much as possible into the process. Then I am also going to pause. Deb, do you have anything else that you want to add in the introduction before we continue?
Just to, I guess, add to that, also, like I mentioned, I'm your resource for FWP. So if this group thinks they need certain information from FWP, if you want to hear from anybody at FWP, I am the person to come to bring you guys guests on your agenda or any information you need. You'll notice that I'm the only person from FWP on here. Hank, our director, will be on soon, but we really, and Hank will touch on this, we really don't want to influence this process at all. Like I said, collaborative elk management, what that looks like to me is you guys, and I'm really heartened to hear all you guys willing to work together. And like Jessica said, that's why you guys are all here. You're willing to do this because it's important to you for a variety of different reasons. So you will not likely see a whole lot of FWP staff involved in this at all, unless you need something specific. I'm your logistical person to go to, and I could answer some questions. Like I said, I am a wildlife biologist, but I haven't been in practice for years now that I've been in management. So, but I'm here for you as a resource and to get whatever you need.
Thank you, Deb. One friend of mine says that folks like Deb are the glue that hold us together. It is always so difficult to be that sticky, but we really appreciate them. She is the glue that will hold us grouped together. She will provide that administrative support and logistics too. So any resource needs that you have, please do reach out. Any questions, comments, concerns before we move forward? Okay. So we are a little ahead. What I'm going to suggest is our next portion is really diving into seeing how FWP thinks about the situation overall, the context of why we're here, and that's a short video. So what I'd like to do is provide you with the video itself. Let me share my screen to make sure that folks who are watching this can see it as well. So this will be the link down here. I will also put it in chat shortly. I just want to show it for 1 second for folks who are watching on the video, so they can type in the chat. It's about 2 minutes to watch. So my recommendation is to turn yourself on mute. When I share the link with you, click on the link and watch the video, and we will come back at the hour. So that gives you a brief bit of a break after introductions too, so that you can stare at something further away, get away from your computer for a second, but please do also take the time to watch the 2-minute video before we come back. So I've also put that video in chat. Can everyone access it? Got some head nods, perfect.
Kimberly, can you show the video, because the people streaming might not be able to?
I can. So I will share my screen and do that. If you want, you can either watch along or not. We're going to have, let me relocate the sound. So I can share it, but I will still, we can meet back at the hour if you'd like. So I'm sharing my screen now.
Around the hallways and conference room tables in Helena, elk management can seem complicated and contentious. Varying interests and values come into test and challenge management plans, regulations, and bureaucracy. But out in elk country, it's different. Hunters and landowners know from firsthand experience what the problems are and can be quick to come up with creative suggestions on how to solve them. That's why you're here. Many of the solutions we've tried over the years at getting ahead of the increasingly complex challenge of elk management were woven into management plans, regulations, and biology. But we have more work to do. Maybe we need a different approach, one that starts with the experience of landowners, hunters, outfitters, and others in the field and on the ground. So as we begin this discussion, we won't race to inundate you with decades of data and reams of spreadsheets. That science is important and can help all of us appreciate how and when we need to be careful with the resource. But in this case, we'd rather first look to you to tell us what the problems are that you see. What are the experiences you've had as hunters, outfitters, and landowners? What solutions do you talk about around the campfire and the kitchen table? Finish this sentence for us. If fish, wildlife, and parks would only what? Yes, it's true from purely an elk number standpoint, these are the good old days in Montana. However, numbers aren't the whole story, and we know there is dissatisfaction surrounding elk hunting and management across the state. We need your help to really dig into this issue and find the solutions that will lead us to a new place. We're listening. The slate is clean.
would you still like a short break to the top of the hour? I'll say yes for you. Please take a break for the next 4 minutes. Welcome back. So we will get started. Let me pull up. I'm just going to give a second. So I'm going to talk for a minute so folks can hear my voice and come back slowly and surely. And then I will pull up the screen so we can start on the next portion of the agenda. What we're really going to do in this section overall is dive into the charter that was sent to you. As a quick reminder, as a quick reminder, the charter that was sent to you was in draft form. So what we're going to do here today is we're just going to go through a couple components of the charter itself so that we can get some of your thoughts, your feedback, your input on it. And then we will adjust accordingly, send it back out to you for your review, and then we can finalize the charter overall. So we do want to make sure to incorporate your thoughts and feedback through the process, while there are some components of the charter itself that we do need to make sure that we highlight and that we're aware of. Are there questions, comments, concerns? I like how when I ask that, some of you smile. It's like the secret smile. I'm not quite sure what it means, but you stay on mute. So I'm assuming that means that we are comfortable, okay, moving forward. I'm going to start with the purpose overall. So I did enter that into chat for you. Can you see my screen? Yes, okay. So can someone read, thank you, Ian, out loud, not on mute, the purpose statement for me? So we can have a different voice in the room. Not all at once, of course. Ian, are you?
Yeah, the purpose of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group is to forge new relationships among stakeholders and collaboratively develop new and creative ideas and recommendations for issues surrounding elk management in Montana to balance hunter and landowner interests.
Reactions? What stands out?
I think what stands out is the develop new and creative ideas. There's been a few guys that have said we've, been doing the same thing over and over, and we got to try to come up with something new here.
It seems you pulled in what you heard in the opening remarks too about that new and creative. I think Aaron, you raised your hand. Is it Aaron?
I did. I think along those lines, the forge new relationships as well.
Perfect. So we've hit the two highlights. Stephanie, did you have something you wanted to add?
I was just going to add balancing hunter and landowner interests. I think that's also a big part of this committee.
Right. Thank you for sharing that. Yes. So let's jump in. There are two areas that we highlighted that I'm going to talk a little bit about just for products overall. We're going to circle back on what Stephanie said later. That seems to be a key item that we will have to highlight. But there are two areas for products that we just want to highlight as important for output of this committee in particular. And I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. We recognize what we're doing here, what we volunteered for, and all of that fun stuff. So can I get someone to read one portion of the purpose statement? It's really just that recommendation on... We're a very quiet crowd, aren't we?
Okay. I'll read it.
Thank you.
Collaboratively develop new and creative ideas and recommendations for issues surrounding elk management in Montana to balance hunter and landowner interests.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Can someone read some of those issues for us?
I can do that. So the issues are chronically overobjective elk populations in some areas, new disease concerns, continual call for more access, increasing reports of crowded public lands.
Thank you. So thinking about the recommendations overall and what we're trying to achieve, what do you think are some key things that we need to take into consideration? Can we make recommendations for anybody on anything? Teresa.
So what are you asking for here?
So what I'm really asking is when we talk about the recommendations and what we're trying to develop, right? Are we going to collaboratively create new ideas for anything and everything? Or are we trying to target something in particular? And what I'm really trying to do is just, okay. Did someone say something and I missed it? Okay, no. So what I'm really trying to say is that we have these recommendations overall. What do you think our range within those recommendations are? Is there anything that we need to know about it? Is there something that you have questions about? Is there something that we need to ask for more information on? What do you think of this recommendation? If we're going to be working on these recommendations for the next 10 meetings, does this resonate with you? Is there something that we need to know about? Does this sit well with everyone? We understand this fully.
I think we're going to need more info, obviously, as we go along. And then we also need to realize that Montana is a big state and there's going to be compounding issues. And, we're talking about, maybe eastern and central Montana where we have bigger elk populations on private land. And then Ian's talking about, his part of the world that has, vast forests and struggling elk populations. I think we're looking at multiple. It's not a one size fits all issue by any means. And we are going to need more info, probably, I would assume, from, everybody here, veterinarians, landowners, outfitters, everybody.
Thanks. Ian, I think when
yeah, Deb, I don't know. Do you have like a, does FWP keep kind of a rolling list of the issues that are brought to you by all stakeholders? So we're aware as a group that, I guess the 12 of us or whatever, we can bring our issues to the table, but there's probably more than 12 issues that are going on in the state.
Yeah, the issues that we highlighted were really the main ones that we thought of. And if you also read Director Warsak's message that was sent to you, and you have that web link for, he really highlights some of the issues there as well. You guys are on the ground no matter where you are in the state, and we really want to hear from you. We can come close because of what we hear from our stakeholders and the public, but you guys know just about as well as we do what the issues are, and you guys deal with it on a daily basis. But these are the ones here right now that we identified in this charter, and I'm happy to go back and do some more digging, but this is really it. And then we also want to hear from you guys, and also hear from the people that you interact with on a daily basis too. I'm sure your names are out there, and the public's going to come to you with some of these issues as well. So you're going to be collecting this information just as much as we are. Does that make sense, Ian? Does that help?
Yeah, I think so. It just seems like there's probably more than 4 bullet points. These are very broad terms, and they would encompass a lot, but
how about
anyway.
I will commit to bringing more information back to you guys before the next meeting on this.
I think we had a hand raised. Where was that? Yes.
So maybe part of, I don't know if it's homework or whatever, but maybe in the next couple of weeks or whatever, we think more about issues, because I do think these 4 bullet points are broad. They cover a lot, but maybe not everything that is concerning people in this group or the people they know. And then the other issue I would say is that it's been said a couple of times, but we're such a big state and the issues are so different in each place. I'm wondering, even at the get-go on this project, if we can look at the whole state, and if we aren't better off looking at, sort of areas. I mean, even in Paradise Valley, as small as we are, every landowner here does not have the same elk issue. Some like them, some don't, some harbor, some don't, some allow access, some don't. I mean, everybody's viewpoints are so different and their perceptions are different. And we all have heard the phrase perception is reality. And so we're not only addressing the issues that we believe are absolute and have years of data to back them up, we're also dealing with people's perceptions. And those can backfire on us just as quickly as any of these other issues. So the perceptions are just as important as the actual issue.
Thank you. Scott?
Oh, it's funny that you said that, because Druska, I was thinking almost the same thing when you started, that there's probably as many issues as there are people on this panel. There's probably more, because you're exactly right. What's an issue to me where I'm at in central Montana is going to be different than Ian. It's going to be different than Mr. Wickens in central Montana. I think you're absolutely correct that the size and the diversity of the state is going to make this a challenge, as far as there's not going to be a one solution that's going to fix the whole problem in the state. I think it's going to have to be, different things for different areas. I agree with that completely. Kimberly, your question about the recommendations part, I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but I wonder if what you're saying is, I think we're in a position here where we're kind of being given a chance to kind of rewrite some of this and start from scratch. And so the only thing that came to mind for me when you asked your question was, I don't think for us that there's anything that's not on the table. I think we get a chance to, maybe we won't come up with anything new, but also at the same time, we don't just have to try to tweak the things that have been going on for the last few years. I mean, we have a chance to, I think everything is on the table at this point for us and open for discussion.
So I'm going to jump on that conversation, and from what I've heard so far, and why I'm putting these up here so you can see what they are. We see words and we say, yes, we understand that, but diving into what they really mean is where the detail is, and that's where it becomes a little bit more challenging, right? So we want to make sure that we're all working together. We're all going in the same space. So what I've heard as of thus far is there are a lot of issues out there. There are a lot of different things that we can talk about and discuss. The state is very big, and there are different issues in different spaces, and there are multiple perspectives, right? And so we have all of these different things that we need to carry forward when we start talking together and defining what our problem statement is overall. And so I really liked the action item of start thinking about what the issues are. Start thinking about what's important to you. Start thinking about how the state is very diverse and there are multiple issues. I would call on Stephanie, but I see her camera is off. She's back. Welcome back. She keyed in on something that was really interesting that I want to pull into this conversation here. Something stood out to her in particular. Stephanie, what was that in particular?
Using this group to help balance hunter and landowner interests. Sorry.
Perfect. Yeah. Why did that stand out to you? Talk a little bit about that.
I think that's a big issue. Is all of us are looking at publicly owned elk differently, and so we need to find the common ground and the middle ground where maybe we're not all 100% happy, but we're 85% happy, and it balances the elk and the use across the landscape. Of course, it's a very daunting task and going to be very difficult to find some sort of middle ground. But I think that we can work towards that and try to find some sort of bridge to help help hunters understand what landowners need and what we're doing wrong and what our image is wrong to them, and vice versa, and make it a little bit better for everyone.
Thank you, Stephanie. Scott, do you still have your hand up from before, or is this okay? Ian.
Yeah, is the name Druska? Okay. I want to make sure I was pronouncing that right. I think you hit on a really, really important point there, just on the, the specific, like how each issue, is tied to it, is going to be tied to a specific geographic location. And I don't know, Kimberly, I mean, I think that's something, maybe this is just, as people are talking, this is something that came up, I think, out of this for recommendations, for us to come up with recommendations that make sense to the public and make sense to people. I think like the geographic location of those recommendations is going to be really important. And like, as far as record keeping for you or whatever, maybe we, come up with a map and kind of, region 1, region 2, region 7, private, public, because we can come up with a recommendation that would be great for me in Northwest Montana. And it is going, like, if we've let that out to the public, people are going to think it's absolutely nuts. Like, what are these people on the board thinking? But, tying each recommendation to a specific geographic location to try to guide, elk management in a specific way for that, specific area. I don't know, just a thought, because if we don't tie it to, that area, it's probably going to lose context and meaning and whatnot.
Yeah, I think what I'm taking away from this, I really like the idea of thinking deeply about the recommendations overall. I think Ian mentioned maybe having that geographical locations. Maybe it's not one size fits all. So really diving into, when we're talking about these creative and new ideas, I think, if I'm capturing this correctly, one aspect that we want to capture as well is to making them meaningful for whatever is happening on the ground in that area. So not just creating recommendations, but also ensuring that they are meaningful for the area where they're implemented. Does that make sense? Does that resonate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to say an action item for here in particular is to look over the recommendation. I like the idea of thinking about the issues. What are the issues? I like the idea of thinking about that balance between hunter and landowner issues, and thinking about the different issues that occur throughout the state. So I will put that down as a hold action item for this in particular. Our next meeting is going to focus on the developing a understanding of what we are really trying to recommend overall. So a little bit of research on your end to understand what that looks like will be helpful. Are there questions, comments? Okay. Moving to the next. This is the secondary component of that purpose statement. So forging those new relationships among stakeholders. What do you think of that? Resonate well with you? Doesn't? Chuck? You just turned yourself off mute and then back on mute.
How about that?
You're perfect.
Okay. If you've been around the process a little bit, it's been defined by the stakeholders as winners and losers. And there's a point where we have to get past that. And I think somebody said, I'm not sure if maybe it was Stephanie, I'm not sure, said, even if we're 85% happy, we're we're better off than just strictly 100% loser or 100% winner. We've, you know, I don't know quite how to say this, except that we maybe need to take the extremist views out and start looking at, I think we need to develop relationship with each other and find that middle ground. I'll give you a case in point. We started a working group, a wildlife working group down in Sweetgrass County, where I'm from. And we brought the stakeholders to the table. And we talked about elk and elk management in about 3 different hunting districts down here. And we agreed, all that the landowner, the sportsman, and the outfitter all agreed on our strategy. When we took those recommendations to the commission on their regulation setting session here about a month ago, they just adopted it carte blanche. They said, if that's what you guys want, you've got it. And we need to take a lesson from that kind of collaboration. It was done with courtesy, with respect, and talking out the issues. And I think we can take that model to a bigger scale. And that's what I think it is so key, is forging new relationships. And that's where I see we're starting to do with this process.
Thank you for sharing that experience, Chuck. The courtesy and respect. Scott.
I think it's going to be in relationships. That's going to be a very, very fragile thing, and we're going to have, because if we build a program or something like that, we can have any one bad apple is going to go in there and has the potential to destroy it with say it's a landowner or something like that. Case in point would be, I let my little neighbor kid go hunting on my place this year, and I'm like, just watch it. All my horses and mules are down there, and I'm watching from my house, and he literally shoots a deer in the whole herd of my horses. And right then, you know, it's a knee-jerk reaction on my part, but it's, you know, it's probably like many landowners or anything like that. I'm like, okay, no more hunting. It's done, because I'm so worried about my livestock and stuff like that. And we got to remember, we're going to have a bunch of unethical hunters and unethical people out there that are going to go in there, and we're going to do all this great work and have all these people buy into it. And that we're going to have to, I think, building these relationships is a starting point, but we're going to have to, it's going to take a ton of effort to maintain these relationships, because one bad apple is going to go out there and they have the potential just to destroy everything.
Thank you, Scott. So for a tweak or change to this, based off of what I've heard so far, would it be forging new relationships and maintaining those relationships among stakeholders? Got a couple head nods. Do we want to include that courtesy and respect that we heard from Chuck as well? Okay. Make those changes. Perfect. I'm going to exit out of this mode so I can actually make changes while we're doing it. So if you guys are comfortable with that. Oh, that's itty bitty. So we will add the maintain relationships and with respect. Okay. So this part I'm going to pull to the next, because we've had some conversations on this. And I wanted to confirm here with the purpose overall based off of some of the conversations that we've had. So from the conversations that we've had thus far, my summaries really are thinking more about the issues themselves. So what are the issues? Recognizing that it's a big state and there's the diversity within the state itself. We have multiple perceptions that will be key to take into consideration as well. And then the geographical location. Those were conversation discussion points that we had on this for the, not the forging, for the collaboratively developing new creative ideas and recommendations for issues surrounding elk management. So those components there were really about the recommendation component. And I think that one that I did not include here is the applicability. Is there anything that I'm missing here? I know I'm moving kind of fast. I apologize. Yes, Driska.
So, you know, it's more than just forging new relationships. It's also sustaining the existing relationships. So we should put that in there somewhere. That
I'm going to get you seasick really fast. I apologize.
That's all right.
Let me pull this into, I apologize. Maintain and respect. So this right here is really about the recommendations themselves. So we'll add something about applicability, and we'll think about these down here with the geographical regions and locations. And for the forging new relationships, it's forging and maintaining relationships with respect. Does that capture it for you? Is the format confusing for you right now?
No, I like forging new relationships. It's different. I'm not expressing, let's see. If you're sustaining existing relationships, that's way different than forging new ones. And I think more what Chuck was talking about is that using courtesy and respect, they forged new relationships in their wildlife group. But what are we doing to sustain our existing relationships that we have with our partners out there?
I see what you're saying. I see Ian and Scott. Just give me 1 second to make sure that I capture her thoughts here. So it's forging using respect to forge those new relationships among stakeholders. And then I'm going to just type right in here. I'm going to make it a separate sentence. So something along the lines of the purpose is to forge using respect and courtesy to forge new relationships among stakeholders and sustain relationships.
Existing relationships.
Okay. Existing relationships. Also to collaboratively develop new and creative ideas and recommendations. Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And then, you know, I don't know that that's the absolute way it should be, but there's two types of relationships, and I just think we should
capture them.
Address both.
Understood. Ian and then Scott.
Maybe on those lines of a relationship, you know, basically making those new relationships, sustaining the new relationships. But I guess just a key point that I think, like, to what Scott was saying, I guess there's two Scotts. So public outreach and education, I think, probably needs to be, you know, something that does come out of this. You know, we got to realize with, like, I mean, I'm in Kalispell. I mean, the only place that's seen more growth is Bozeman, but I can tell you, by judging by the traffic and whatnot, there's a lot of people that don't understand, you know, respecting, you know, private landowners' property, you know, relations with, you know, I mean, understanding, you know, dealing with livestock and whatnot. So if we don't have a public outreach and education element to this that comes out to, because there's not only, you know, new hunters coming up, but all the people that are moving to the state. I mean, it's going to be a kind of an uphill battle if we can't try to educate, you know, people. And that's kind of been long things that I think are probably some of our hunter education is, I mean, it's great. It's easy. You can take it like in 20 minutes, you can go through the stuff and get a hunting license and go out and blast away. But, you know, maybe that's not the best thing for hunter perception overall. Maybe a little bit deeper dive and, you know, just some educational videos that are required to for
So-
hunters to watch, to see what, hey, here are the issues that private landowners face. And this is why when you go ask to get access, this is why they say no. But anyway.
Yeah, so when we're talking about forging those new relationships, we'll have to dive into how we can make recommendations on what's most effective, if it's public outreach, or strategies to do that too. And Scott and then Stephanie.
You're kind of way past me with what you typed in there. I was just going to say with your wording, if you wanted to say forging new relationships and fostering old was all I was going to say.
You say fostering instead of sustaining? Yeah, I got some head nods. Okay. And then Stephanie.
I was just going to also suggest maybe balance hunter, landowner, and other user group interests, just because there is more than just, I guess, typical sportsmen. And then also in the note on the public outreach, I think it is really important for us to hit on that. We've got some of these groups who are really promoting public lands, and it's helping to compound the problem. And so we need to work on how we can work with these groups and get it out there and make sure that these people who are up and coming, who are, on social media and things like that, educate themselves prior to just going out and blasting stuff on social media. It seems like that seems to be a big problem, that people just bandwagon and don't get all the facts.
Perfect. So when we're forging those new relationships, not just within this group here, but really diving into a conversation and discussion on what that looks like with a key highlight of public outreach. So we make sure that we're doing that with intention. Okay. Any other thoughts? I'm going to pause here, let you reflect on the statement itself. It will be sent out to you for areas of focus.
I have one quick question. If there's anything with a fiscal note, like on public outreach, obviously it's going to have a fiscal note. Is that something we as this group need to take into account or not?
We're going to hold on developing recommendations, what we need, all of that fun stuff. So I'm glad you're in that space for creating those, but let's hold on those and we'll unpack exactly our space when we get to that. Because we're going to unpack a lot of different needs in that space. So yes, we will identify what our concerns are, but we as a group only have the ability to make recommendations, just to let you know, recommendations overall. Okay. Yes, Drusa.
In between fostering and existing should be, or let's see, relationships among stakeholders while in between stakeholders and fostering, while fostering existing. It's missing something in there.
All right. So next steps for this is these are tweaks or changes that we will, and thank you. Did that capture it? I'm sorry. I just, okay. What we'll do is I will send, you already have access to the draft charter. We will send this up to, after this meeting, FWP, make sure that these changes, tweaks, and additions are acceptable within their space. They think that these are okay. And then we will send it out to you again. Any questions, comments, or concerns before we continue? Okay. So the next thing that I want to highlight are the meetings overall. So we are meeting 10 times virtually. They will be 4-hour meetings. I did put the doodle poll here just so that you know how to access it, tweak it, change it, all of that fun stuff. So we did have a bit of a conversation about this at the beginning of the meeting. So recognizing that what you do is you have these blue boxes of time. The top left corner, there's a checkbox. So just make sure that you check that box on times and dates that you are available. You will hit submit your selection when you're done. Please keep in mind in the top portion, the top left is an arrow for the different weeks. So that used to be down on the side. That confused me at first if you use doodle poll frequently. So it is up here at the top. Please do make sure that you submit your dates by tomorrow. And as a reminder, please be as flexible as you can with those dates. Really thinking about engaging in this process. It will be 10 meetings, 4 hours. I know that that is a commitment, but we do want to have as many individuals able to participate and engage as possible. So please be as flexible as you can with those dates and times. Are there any questions on that?
Kimberly, I'll just echo that. With as many of us as there are, and 14 of us, including Kimberly and myself, it's really hard to find. We don't have consensus on any dates yet. So again, I would love everybody to be at every single meeting. They will be recorded. Of course, you'll get, you know, a lot of information and hopefully provide information and input to those meetings. But please understand, if decisions are made at those meetings by this group and you're not there, you're going to have to be part of owning that decision. So please understand that we will do everything we can to make these meetings work. But like I said, right now, I still don't even have a single date that works for everybody yet. And we have to identify up to 10 of them. So I appreciate you guys trying. And I just really encourage you to come to parts of meetings if you can.
Chuck?
So as you know, I'm one of the people that are having, maybe the only one that are having trouble. Is there a prerequisite prior to checking that box? Or should you just be able to check the box? And where do you put your name in?
Your name typically, depending on if you have an account or not, will pop up at the end. We will circle back with you, Chuck, to make sure tomorrow. I think Deb is scheduled to circle back with you in particular. We will get you squared away. We understand, but we will get you squared away. But if other folks have any issues, please let us know too. So my question for you is, if you cannot attend, is there anything that we should keep in mind? Any expectations? Should you reach out to us beforehand, let the group know? Anything we should record and include in the charter itself? Yes.
So you're asking if somebody can't attend a meeting, do they just not show up, or do you want to know in advance? Is that the question?
I'm asking the group, and not I need to know, what do you want from everyone here? Do you want them to tell you? Do you want people just not to show up? What works for you? What are your expectations for the group meeting?
I think it's courtesy if you can't come to let everybody know through whatever channel is easiest.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with that? Okay. Anything else we should keep in mind in this? Okay, thank you, Scott. Okay, that's hopefully an easy, somewhat slide for you. So here we have the different roles that we have, okay? We're not going to change these in any shape, way, or form. I just want to let you know that they exist. So there are members, which there are 12 of you, and they represent this advisory group. There's the sounding board. These are the applicants that did not get selected to be a member, but are going to be acting as a sounding board. So we will incorporate their voices into meetings and make sure that they are able to vet ideas and recommendations. How that looks, I will turn to you to tell me and provide me with some guidance onto what that looks like, and I'll unpack that shortly. But we do want to make sure that their voices are heard in each of the meetings, so there will be some time for them to discuss in the meetings themselves. In addition to that, there may be, you might request specific information or thoughts or things along those lines. So when we get to that point, we'll talk about that a little bit more. Then there are the resources in particular. So that's me and folks like Deb who are going to provide the logistical support in order for you to move things forward. Are there questions, comments on this? Okay. So, Stacy.
Sorry, I'm having computer problems. One quick thing on the sounding board. Is there any way we could get a list of names and locations of those people? I've already been approached by a couple of people that have said that they applied and weren't selected. So I guess I kind of just want to check and see if yes, they did or no, they didn't, and go forward.
So everybody that applied, all 243 people, minus you guys, are on the sounding board. They were offered a spot on the sounding board, and they're getting my emails. I can check specifically, Stacy, if you want to email me later or call me later, and I could see if for some reason we didn't receive an application, but everybody who submitted an application is on the sounding board.
Did that answer your question, Stacy?
Yep.
Okay. So these are the responsibilities as of currently. Yes, Stephanie.
Sorry, one quick question. The sounding board, is there a way that we can see what the sounding board is saying, or how do they interact with us? Is this going to be virtually, or is it going to be via email with comments, etc.? Just I'm curious how we're going to see how their feedback and their recommendations are.
So that's a great question, and to be determined and by this group. So we will make space in the meetings for them to have their voices heard, so we can do an allotment of time where they can sign up to speak. If there are certain points in time where you want additional feedback or thoughts, we can also ask for those in what format you would like. So I will turn it to you in those specific spots. So we're going to get to a slide where I show you the overall process, and we're just going to say, are there spots that you want in particular additional thoughts or ideas? And we'll target those areas for the sounding board, and we will define what those look like, not necessarily right here, right now in detail as to every meeting, what it will look like, but there might be points where you say we might want more information or something along those lines. So we'll target those spots. Did that answer that, Stephanie? Okay. Responsibilities. I will, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can we have folks read these 6 bullets? I will give you 2 minutes to read the bullets, so we don't have to read them out loud because we're a little bit behind, actually. Can I do that? Are you guys comfortable if I give you just 2 minutes to read the bullets? Okay. About 1 more minute. How do we feel about these? Got one thumbs up. I think Grace gave me a thumbs up. Good. Okay. So anything we need to add? Okay. At this point, I'll say no. What I'm going to ask you to do is to think about your expectations of the group itself. So just thinking, what do you need to bring your best to this group? What are some things that you need to bring your best to this group? And you don't have to answer that out loud, but just think about that for a second. Does anybody want to share one or two ideas of what you need to bring your best to a group?
Open mind.
Thank you, Aaron. Open mind. Matt.
Well, I think it was brought up earlier that I think each of us is probably going to have a specialty in our area. And I think as this process develops, I think we'll probably be calling on to different people for different specifics.
Perfect. Thank you. What do you need from others to have the support that you need to do the work that you do in this group? What do you need from others? Anyone have any thoughts? Yeah, Chuck.
Well, I think we would expect that others, if we come up with an idea, maybe it's even kind of a far out idea, but we got to throw everything on the table, that we would be, not disrespected for that, but, our ideas aired out fully. And if they're not accepted, they're not accepted. But we've got to listen to all ideas and listen in a manner that we would expect to be received.
Thanks, Chuck. Other thoughts? So, yeah, just go.
So I think the idea behind this group stuff is that you have to feel safe when you come to the meeting. And I know that sounds kind of corny, but be able to express yourself like what Chuck just said and not get eye rolls or be disrespected in any way. But I've only been in here 2 hours and it doesn't feel to me like this group is capable of that kind of behavior. So I'm pretty good with it, but that is one thing I think a group needs, is to have that kind of collegiality when you get together, that all ideas are worth listening to.
So what I have here is, did somebody else say something? No. Okay. I have open-minded. There's going to be diverse perspectives, making sure that we can throw out our ideas on the table and be respected, and listen to those ideas, and really having that space that we feel comfortable sharing our ideas. Are these things that we should include in our expectations and responsibilities? Or do we think we're okay?
I think it's okay to not include. I think we all know.
So what I want you to do for this section for expectations is really think about if we need to tweak, change, or edit anything along those lines, making sure that we have everything that we need incorporated into it, okay? So over the next week or so, if there's anything that you think needs to be added, Chuck. You're on mute, Chuck.
I'm just going to leave it off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please do.
every member is expected to help draft, propose, and champion. I think we should propose, then draft, then champion. That's just a little housekeeping deal, but you got to propose it before you can draft it.
You're ahead. We are going to get to that decision-making process and what that looks like. Yes, that makes sense to develop an order. Okay, so I'm going to move over here really quickly to talk about communication, and then we will take a break. So for communication overall, what I have is the meeting agendas will be sent to you. I've added these as things that I think should be included in there, but I do want to get your thoughts and ideas. So the meeting agendas and notes will be emailed. Finalized products will be posted on the website, and then meetings will be recorded and available to the public. Is there anything else that we need to add for communication in particular? The immediate thing that comes to my mind is if you want to reach out to other folks within this group, what does that look like? Yeah, I saw you nod your head, Heath, so and you went off mute. So
it'd be nice if we had a means of communication with each other, whether it be email, phone, both, just something. I'm sure we're going to hear from other people outside of this group, and it'd be nice to be able to, I don't know what goes on in Lewistown. It'd be nice to call somebody in central Montana and have an idea without having to wait till this meeting and try to air all those things out.
So maybe a contact list with emails and phone?
Right.
Okay. And I'm assuming this is a voluntary list if you want to be on it, or if you don't, you don't. Stephanie gave me a thumbs up, I think, to that. Okay. Ian.
Yeah, on the communication thing, I don't know if it would be reasonable, but I don't know if there'd be any kind of like basically this like Zoom thing that could be kind of hosted for, kind of like an after hours meet and greet, kind of just get to know people a little bit more, understand their, what they bring to the table and what their concerns are or whatever. Potentially, I don't know, something in there. I mean, I guess on the communication side of things, I know you said you don't really want FWP involved, but it'd be interesting to know, some of the, because I'm sure we're going to bring up a bunch of stuff in this meeting that's already been pitched to FWP, and they're going to be like, well, yeah, we tried to implement that at this time, and for these reasons it didn't work. It would be nice to, I don't know, maybe, throw out all ideas and, everything, everything's on the table, but then also kind of, there's something that comes out of this, instead of going down a rabbit trail, wasting 3 hours talking about it, if, or maybe, maybe Deb can be the sounding board there, but if you can, hey, let's table that comment, and we're going to bring in so-and-so from whatever region, because I'm pretty sure that they tried this and they'd have comment on it. I don't know, just so we don't maybe waste time on things that have already been tried or implemented. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, Ian, that's great. And that is kind of what I'm here for, part of it anyways, to make sure that things that were tried and haven't worked, that I'll bring those to your attention, or, maybe you guys have a tweak on it or something like that. And I'll let it go for a while to see if you guys are going somewhere else with it. But yeah, I'm here to moderate that, and hopefully I'll do a good job for that for you. I do want to mention that I'll have to check with legal on this, but we couldn't have even separate breakout rooms for this Zoom because it could violate open meeting laws. So a meet and greet after hours might be subject to open meeting laws as well. And so we would have to publicly notice those meetings. Just a heads up on that. And then the contact list with the email and phone, I was assuming that's going to be for this group internally. So I don't know that it would be optional to be on for this group, because hopefully you guys all want to communicate with each other. But I was asked by the director's office and the governor's office to identify the best way for the public to contact you. Right now, we only have your name and town that you're from on the website. So if you guys would prefer an email address, I'll send out an email with a bunch of information. But I'd like to know of the best way for you to be contacted via the public that we could post on our website as well. So just keep that in mind, and I'll be asking that of you guys in an email after this meeting.
Thank you, Deb. And Stephanie? Oh, you jumped on me. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, I think I'm kind of in the same mindset that I think it would be helpful if we could, get to know each other outside of, a slideshow and whatnot. So we know each other's mannerisms a little bit better and know kind of a little bit more background. That I think this is kind of difficult. I mean, it kind of looks like the Brady Bunch and we're all in a tiny little square, and it would be really helpful to, know kind of some of the quirks, different personality types, what other people do, even regionally, just even casually. I don't know if that's even an option, just to get to know each other a little bit better outside of this. So that way I know that, hey, I can talk to Ian about hay consumption or whatever his kind of specialty is, and ask questions accordingly and kind of know a little bit more. I think it would also help us kind of, to Driska's point, feel a little bit safer talking amongst ourselves in these meetings.
Yes, Driska.
But if what Deb said is true, that it has to be an open meeting because of open meeting laws, then we defeat the purpose of being able to have that kind of straightforward communication, which I agree would be very helpful. But I'm not sure I want all the rest of the state to hear what I have to say.
I completely agree.
Yeah. So I don't know, other than, our emails and our cell phone numbers, et cetera, that we can share amongst the group. I don't know. Does anybody else have any ideas on how we could better get to know each other?
Ian has his hand up. That's a great question.
I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe Deb, you could check it, but through my personal email or through Microsoft Teams, I don't know if it would be acceptable for, I guess if I outside of the group sent out a link and said, hey, if you guys want to chat, just get to know each other, could send out a Teams meeting and do it outside of this. I don't know if that's acceptable or if that raises red flags or whatever. I want everything to be on the up and up, but like people said, I think it would be nice to get to know each other and just try to understand the issues better before we try to, have solutions to problems we don't know about or whatever.
Sure, I will check. But I think what you said earlier, I think it was you, Ian, and then what Stephanie just said and Druska, even getting to know each other in maybe the next meeting, talking about expertise and a little bit more into background. It sounds like, hearing from all of you that relationships and developing these relationships are very, very important, and learning a little bit more about each other and not necessarily real personal information, Druska, that, because lots of people are watching, right. But just a little bit more about your backgrounds and things like that. It sounds like that would be very valuable to you guys. And like I said, I'll follow up with legal, but I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that one. But yeah, maybe we could have some more open dialogue at the beginning of the next meeting, just icebreakers and getting to know each other a little bit better. And that might help forge those relationships.
So is there any chance that there could be one in-person meeting? So then after we could all meet, and then afterwards everybody could go out to dinner, have a drink or something like that, and then they could all talk. And that's usually the best place that people could get to know each other. It goes so much easier. I don't know, maybe that's not something that's acceptable.
FWP is not opposed to having it. What we wanted to avoid was a hybrid. As you guys probably know, hybrid meetings don't work very well, where some people are in person and some people are virtual. And the Department of Administration rules still, although they're probably going to change soon, are we have to offer a virtual option right now. And like I said, that might change, but if all of you guys are amenable to doing an in-person meeting, at least one, that's something that we could definitely explore.
So on that note, fill out the doodle poll. Make sure we have your accurate dates, and we will circle back with, I should stop sharing, other possible options for us to engage. Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Okay. So let's take a 10-minute break. And then we will come back. Okay. So at 12. Well, we will give folks 1 or 2 more minutes to pop on. How are things going for you guys? Ian back. Sometimes in the virtual space, it's really challenging because you see everybody, but no one is saying anything. So that makes it definitely more interesting. Get to watch folks. Did you have something you wanted to add, Reese?
Oh, I'm back.
Okay. Welcome back. Give folks 1 more minute to pop on. And Deb, just a quick check. I think we're going to go to the next section and then circle back.
I just got a text from the director and he's still at the EQC meeting.
So we will move forward, and then when he arrives, we will circle back. Okay, we are at 12. So, okay. So quick check-in. How's everybody doing? Okay. Long virtual meetings, right? Okay. Almost done. You're halfway there. Halfway made it. So next we're going to jump in and talk a bit about process. So if you're a facilitator such as myself, you absolutely love process. You think it's the funnest thing ever. Not everybody in the world thinks it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. So I apologize in advance. This is where we get into some of the overview, what it looks like and all of that, just so that we're all in the same space and understand what's going on. Can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. So how are we doing this? How are we going to develop those recommendations overall? What does that look like into the future, right? So this is the process that we're going to kind of walk through. This is a high-level overview, and we will dive into the details of each of these. And we will dive into the details in the meetings themselves. We'll let you know that this comes mostly from a structured decision-making process. Not that you need to know all of the details behind that, but there are a couple different steps to take into consideration. So the first is really analyzing the decision context, really understanding what the decision we're about to make is about. So that's why we try to talk a little bit about that recommendation. What does it mean? What does it look like? What are things that we need to know more about? Where do we need to move forward in this space? Are we all on the same page? So it's really clear. The first step is analyzing the decision context, with the first step really clarifying the decision context. After that, you kind of articulate your values. And what that really means is what's important to you overall. So sometimes we make decisions without articulating our values, and what people will call values different things. They'll call them objectives or goals or decision criteria or things along those lines. And what it really is that when you're making a decision, say you're going to buy a new car, you want to know what's important to you. You want to know if cost is important to you, or if mileage is important to you. Or what are those things when you're going to make a decision between one thing and another? What's important to you? This is a step that we typically skip over. We typically jump straight from the decision context. So this is our problem. Here are our solutions. But we don't always take the time to evaluate what's important to us. And if we take that pause and evaluate what's important to us, that's how we can create those creative solutions. Because sometimes when we just jump to a solution, we drop some of those things that are important to us, and we don't ask our question, well, how can we have this and this? So how can we combine these two seemingly opposed things to create a creative solution? So it's really, I'm going to emphasize the importance of articulating the values. From that, there's a process of mapping out. So you want to have a visual understanding of what's going on. We'll dive into some conversation about fundamental objectives, and what that really is what's the most important thing to you? How do all these pieces come together? And how do we develop a strategy on that? And we do that, we map everything out to make sure that we're seeing the big picture, seeing where we have the opportunities to influence with potential solutions. So that's the first component, and it has 3 steps to it. So clarifying that decision context. So we'll do a little bit more on understanding what the problem statement is, what the purpose is. We'll articulate our values, and then we'll map it out. Once we have a strong understanding of what the problem is, all those different issues, all those different components, that's when we start to evaluate potential solutions. In this space, what we're going to do is brainstorm a bunch of different options. We're going to take those values and we're going to say, what are all the different options that we have available to us? What are different things? We want to capture as many as we can, and we want to be as creative as we can. So this space is really where we have to have comfort with each other and really understand that we're going to be talking sometimes about things that are off the wall, and that's okay, because we need to talk about how we get to the moon. I'm not sure how that ties back with elk, but somehow it possibly could. But we brainstorm all these creative new solutions. I have one group that I'm working with Chinook salmon, and they told me that they needed to have vegan dolphins with cameras, and that was going to be their new modeling plan. That was just them being crafty and creative in that space. But the point being is that we really need to start thinking about those new and creative ideas. Once we have those, we have a really difficult spot. This one is really fun. We have to define some level of evaluating how well those things are doing on our values. And that's defining performance measures. That gets a bit tricky sometimes, but we'll walk through it step by step. What that really looks like is you want to know how things perform on different things. So if you say cost, it's usually, you want to minimize cost. You want something not to cost a lot. You use dollars to estimate it, right? You don't want it to take a lot of time, so you use minutes. So it's how you evaluate success. And it can be quantitative or qualitative. And that's how you get to that point of assessing your consequences. I think that the best way that I look at this is if you ever purchase something on Amazon, when you scroll down, it will show you your item and it will put it in this little table and say how it ranks compared to other items. It's a basic consequence table. So it shows you this option compares on these levels, your values in these different ways and across all these different alternatives. So if you purchase this one, it will cost this, it will do this. Customer ratings are these, and it tells you those on all those. That's how you assess your consequences. You make estimates on them. And that's when you can get to your final recommendation. You evaluate what all of those consequences are, and then you refine and create your trade-offs. And so then you're just looking at that consequence table and you're saying, well, on this, I do really well, but on this, I don't do so well. How can we make it better? How can we make this option better? Or should we just select this option? So that's a kind of an overview of what the process looks like overall. So I'll pause for questions and then I can walk you through an example too. So any questions to start? That was a lot of information in 10 seconds or less. How many of you understood that? Okay. How many are like, what did she just say? Okay. What are your questions? Okay. So let's walk through an example. So let's say we're going to buy a car, right? We would ask ourselves sort of the question like, what are we trying to do here? Well, we're trying to get to work. Okay, well, let's find the best way to get to work. So you're not necessarily picking a solution right up front saying we need a car, but you're saying I need to get to work. My problem is I need to get to work. So you're really clarifying the decision context. And that framing is important. You're no longer saying I need a car, which limits your creativity. You're saying, why do I need that car? Well, I need to get to work. So you're defining your context. So that's the first thing. You define what it is. So we're really talking, when we're talking about the purpose, what are the key issues that we're addressing? What are we trying to solve here? So once you know you're trying to get to work, you've got to articulate your values. So what's important when you get to work? Well, it's important that you get there on time, that it's reliable, that you're comfortable in the process. Those things are important to you. Those are the articulated values that you're going to determine one alternative from another. Then you map it out and say, okay, well, why is this important to me? Why is comfort important to me? Or why is low gas mileage important to me? And so low gas mileage is important to me because I don't have to spend a lot of money on gas. Well, why is that important to you? Because I want to save my money and buy important things to myself. So you're sort of mapping it out and backing up to why it's important. If you're a 2-year-old, this is the most fun thing ever because you get to ask why a bunch, okay? And once you find out your true reason as to why, so that gas mileage, then you say, or to save money from the gas mileage, you say, okay, that's my fundamental objective. That's what I really care about. So you're no longer going to worry about the gas, but you're going to take that value itself and say, okay, the reducing long-term costs overall is most important to me. So when you go to evaluate and brainstorm options, now you know that, okay, comfort's important to me. How can I be comfortable and reduce the long-term financial burden of buying gas all the time or buying something repeatedly, excuse me. And then you can come up with different ideas. Maybe you choose a bike, maybe you choose a car, maybe you choose a horse. You have a wide range of different options now. So you have to evaluate based off of your values, your performance measures. How am I going to measure something like comfort? If comfort is important to me, does it mean something like I have the flexibility to move around a lot? Do I get to sit the whole time? What does comfort look like to you? And then you're able to evaluate and assess your consequences for each of those alternatives. So you'd be able to compare a bike to a car to something else, and that puts it into your consequence table overall. And then you're evaluating those trade-offs and refining. Did that context help understand the process? Yes, no? Okay. So thinking about this process overall, where do we need to spend the most time? When we're developing our recommendations, where do we need to spend the most time? Just go.
I think articulating values and brainstorming options.
Thank you. What do others think? Are those the only 2 areas that we need to spend some time?
Clarifying the decision context, because clarification is always good to be clear. And then, of course, evaluating and the performance measures, defining the performance measures, sorry.
Yeah, perfect. Anything else?
I agree with all of those. I would say probably assessing consequences is important too, since we're speaking for, such a, for the population, for the rest of the state and stuff.
Okay. So great. So this will give us a kind of context of where we're going and what it will look like. So really spending a bit of time with that decision making, the articulating the values, brainstorming, performance measures, and consequences. This is when we get into the question of when should we incorporate that sounding board? They're going to be involved in the meetings and being able to provide context to questions or respond in the meetings themselves, but are there certain areas that we need to make sure that we really target or incorporate or engage the sounding board? Scott.
Yeah, I think again that in my mind, to me, that goes to assessing consequences, because it's hard to see. I know for me personally, it's always hard to see the unintended consequence, and so sometimes having multiple people tell you what might come of. I think we'll all have an easy time coming up with brainstorming options and defining things, but bringing in the larger group to help see some of the things that we might be missing as far as the unintended consequences might be a good place for that sounding board. But I'm open to what everybody else thinks too.
What do folks think of that? Yes, Juska.
How would you?
Oh, go ahead.
How would you use this sounding all the other people in this? Would it be like a doodle poll to them or a survey monkey to them and say, hey, this, or are you going to get, is it just going to be a free for all questions that these guys are going to inundate us with emails?
Well, we will try our best not to have inundation of anything. We don't want to just ask for information and just say we've received information. We do want to be strategic about the questions that we have or information that we want in particular. So when we get to the engaging process, let's say that we want to have an assessment of the consequences. At that point in time, before that meeting, I will have a conversation with you in particular about what that looks like. Maybe for assessing consequences, you want them to provide a response in a survey saying, high, medium, low, I like, don't like, or I'm somewhere in between. We can we can elicit responses along those lines, but it will be targeted. We wouldn't use that same response if we wanted to have them involved in mapping the process or something like that. So we need to target what we're going to do with the sounding board and really make sure that we are utilizing the information that is provided as well. So we're not just asking for the sake of asking, if that helps, Scott.
Perfect. And I would say sounding board on evaluate options, because we could use them essentially as a poll for what the overall general public would think about our ideas that we come up with.
Thank you, Scott. Great. Druska, and I think we're going to have to find a way to distinguish between the two Scotts. Yes.
So I think that I go back to values, because if we're looking at the entire state and trying to clarify decisions and brainstorm options for their particular area, then I think we can't do it unless we know what their values are. And so I think it's critical whether we do it by area with the sounding board or do it as a whole group with the sounding board. I think you have to know what their values are at the end of the day.
You've got multiple thumbs up for that. Yes. And you tied in how we were talking about that diversity of the areas and how we might need to have discussions overall specific for those areas. I think Scott had his hand up, but put it down. Is that okay? Any other areas that we need to activate the sounding board in particular? Okay. How do we feel about this? How are we comfortable with this so far? Okay, Stephanie. Some head nods. Okay. Any clarifications, last things before we move forward? No. Are we tired? Are we tired? Okay. I'm hitting the end of the line here, I think. Okay. Okay. So here are next steps, really. So we had the decision charter, right? So we did have a discussion about what's in it, what it looks like overall. It is draft form, so please make sure that you review it, look over the content, make sure if you have any tweaks, changes, adjustments, questions, anything along those lines that you do reach out. Matt, we will definitely make sure that we change your name in that section there, unless we are going to incorporate your son, of course. What we've discussed is really confirming the purpose overall. So we will make sure that we emphasize what those areas are. So thinking more about recommendations might possibly be represented throughout the state. There might be a diversity of those different things. Making sure that we think about maintaining relationships and of course recommendations with public trust or public outreach might be something that we consider. So we will dive more deeply into this, the purpose, the context behind it, all of those different things, and explore it more deeply in our next meeting. And any resources that you need for that too, we will explore at the end of the meeting. We talked a little bit about the communication, filling out the doodle poll, and making sure that you do reach out to folks if you are not able to make the meetings, just so that we are aware and have that common courtesy. And then for communication overall, recognizing that we might have emails or phone calls between and among members. I don't think that we're going to include those into the charter itself, but we will incorporate a statement saying you can communicate via email or phone among each other as necessary, of course, if you need to externally. Our next steps are really diving more deeply into the decision-making process overall and what that looks like. So you will be sharing your experiences as to what your past decision-making processes have looked like so that we can incorporate them into the future. My question for you here is, we will unpack that decision-making process. Are there any additional components that we need to include in the decision charter at this point in time? Anything that we missed, tweak, change, discuss, anything that we need to discuss before we move ahead? Okay. So we will move slowly and surely ahead. Okay. Let me share this with you. So our next steps are really developing an operating procedure, which is really exceptionally fun. And with the amount of energy and engagement that you have right now, I'm sure you're super excited about that. I apologize. I'm trying to generate as much energy as I can in the virtual space. It is a struggle and a challenge. I know you are feeling it. So we are now going to talk a little bit about the process overall, what it looks like, and how to make decisions together. Again, if you're a facilitator, this is like the greatest conversation ever. For the rest of you, this might not be the most fun, and so I will apologize in advance for those of you who do not enjoy it, and thank you who do. So to develop our operating procedures, we really have two questions that we need to ask. What does agreement look like, and how can we operationalize the process? Now, I could simply ask you that and get a whole wide range of possible options and alternatives, right? But the point is to make something that works for everyone here and to get agreement on what best practices work for folks here. So the way to do this is we're going to talk a little bit about your experience working in groups with collaboration, what works, what didn't. And the reason that we want to talk about that is we want to make sure that we do have a deep understanding of what works, what doesn't work, and take that into and apply to what we're going to do with elk management in particular in this group. So we want to have a historical knowledge and bring that into what we're doing today and to create our agreements. So take our past, merge it with the future, and that creates our agreements. So what we'll do is we'll just reflect back a little bit on our past experiences, then we'll reflect on what we're doing now, and then we'll develop those agreements overall. Thoughts, questions, comments? I'm going to say we're moving on. So past to present, or past, future, and then our agreements overall. Where I want to pause here and say, and make sure that you're aware of, because this does come up with groups overall. So there's typically a range of agreement that a group can have on different processes and procedures, right? And so when we think about agreement, you can have from full wholehearted to absolute no, which is usually captured most prominently, or actually not most prominently, but can be captured in something along the lines of a vote. It's either yes or no, right? But there's really actually a range of agreement. So you can have different items within a recommendation, for example, and there's some areas that you're like, this is great, and other areas that you're like, meh, it's okay. For moving forward and having folks support and move things collaboratively forward, especially with something along the lines of recommendations, a lot of coalitions, what they'll do is they'll really talk about those things that they really agree with, and then they don't always highlight the things. So when they're championing something, they'll talk about the things that they really, really, really agree with, and then they will mention but not always highlight the things that they are not as supportive of, right? So what I'm trying to say is, within a single agreement or a single recommendation on different components, you can have a range of agreements. It's just really what that looks like overall and what you need to move something forward. So for my request, moving forward, and the reason that I bring this up is I'm going to give you 3 options. So when we develop our process overall, how we're making a decision, I'm going to ask, do you support it? Do you not support it? Or are you, it has its yeses and nos, but I'm not going to stop the group over our decision-making process that we come up with. That's kind of where I'm at. So 1, I want you to know that there's a range of agreements that do exist. And 2, when we solidify our process overall, I do want to have agreement, as in support, or not perfect, but I can live with it for our overall decision-making process. Are you comfortable with that? I would like to, so Brett gave me a thumbs up. Aaron, where are you at? We got all thumbs up. Ian, where are you at? Stacy, yes. Race, what are you at? Are you thumbs up? Okay, perfect. And then the last one, I don't think I saw Ian or Matt. Where are you guys at? Perfect. Okay. So that's what we'll do for moving forward. So to get there, let's talk a little bit, and I'll put it so that you don't have to see, you can see everybody. What we're going to do is talk a little bit about our own experiences first. Then we'll talk a little bit about future experiences of elk management. So to begin the process, please think back on the groups that you've been involved with. So a collaborative process that you've been involved with that required some level of consensus. There's probably some level of time component and a lot of different perspectives. So think of those groups that you've been involved with, and you're trying to develop this common recommendation or initiative. What was it like? So just take a second to reflect on it. And then I'm going to give you a couple guided questions, and then we'll share. Okay. So what was that group like? Think about what triggered decisions. How did you know a decision was going to occur? How did you know somebody was supposed to be involved? What actions were taken? So just reflect on that group experience. Does anyone want to share? On your experience? Ian. And then
I
Scott.
don't know. I was going to ask, do you mind sharing from one of your past experiences, so I kind of have a little bit better idea of, like, maybe I'm probably going to be the slow one in the group for a lot of this, but
No.
I don't know that I fully understand the question.
No, I completely understand. I'm hesitant to give you an example because, one, I don't want to guide you. What I'm really asking is describe what your group was like. So when you were trying to reach agreement overall, just think back, what was it like? So did you have a lot of people in that group? How did you handle those different perspectives? How did you get to consensus? What did it look like? What was difficult? What was easy? So just thinking about a group, maybe just start by naming a group in your mind that was collaborative and diverse and had to reach consensus. And start there and start to describe it, because we're going to unpack for each of us what this looks like and what it's going to be in the future. Does that make sense, Ian?
I might start then.
Oh,
Okay.
How about do we do Scott and then Race? Are we comfortable with that? Yeah, let's do Scott and then Race.
So in addition to my current job, I'm also the president of the Montana Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association, which represents all 56 elected sheriffs across the state of Montana. And there's Democrats in that, there's Republicans in that, there's independents, there's all kinds. And we have to come up with what we want to do legislatively. And we run multiple different subcategories. And then I have roughly, I'm third in command of 150 employees here. So I understand that leaders have to make decisions. And in this boat, we're all leaders and we're going to all have to make decisions. And people are not all going to be happy on that. I think you have to have some strict guidelines and some strict side rails on that, because we will get sent down rabbit trails like crazy if we don't have some strict guidelines. And I think, Kimberly, that's your job probably pretty much, and Deb's, to keep those guide rails on our conversations. But the biggest thing is respect, and make sure we respect other people's opinions, because we've not all walked a mile in their shoes. And we have to be inclusive of theirs, and just understand that in the end, there's going to be probably a fairly good percentage chance that maybe 50% of us are going to agree on how this works, but we've got to sell it in the end to everybody and be part of that. And if we aren't going to take part in it, we wouldn't want to even be on this group. So I think the biggest thing is to have side rails, and you got to make sure and limit the conversation to that and have a good agenda, because otherwise, potentially, the ones I've been on, you can go down a lot of rabbit trails and then we don't accomplish anything, and we have to stick to our agenda.
Thank you, Scott. Race?
I was just going to describe one scenario that we had here. And it's dealing with elk. We were dealing with several thousand head of elk that were coming down into our fields, if you will, and kind of the same, the problem that we're here to address. Really just lots of different landowners with different opinions. And we worked with our game biologist and a sportsman group here locally, and we really tried to identify the problems and see if we could make some progress towards the management. So it was successful in that we got 3 or 4 really large landowners together that could collectively, potentially offer some better access, and started down what was classified by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks as a disbursement hunt, and worked well with a local biologist on that. And then we enlisted the help of a local sportsman group to help us police that and actually take people out on kind of a shoulder style hunt. I think so the process was very small and intimate, much like ours is going to be. It took a lot of trust, like was mentioned earlier. I think we are going to get ourselves a little vulnerable, especially when we're thinking and asking about trying to make some progress. And this is a tough issue. I do think, there's maybe some of us feel like we've had some experience in our area, but we sure haven't had experience in other areas and other situations. And so I think we're here to be honest. I think we're here to represent people that have a similar opinion as we do. But once again, maybe that real naive question will spawn some kind of, well, why do you do this? It might seem naive, but sometimes it's why we do this. But ultimately, Deb, I hope you're listening. I'm a little worried that maybe we go down a road where we go down a path that FWP isn't going to support regardless. And I hope we don't spend too much time spinning our tires, if you will, in a direction that we know is not going to be palatable. And so with that, I guess that's where I'll be quiet again.
Thank you, Race.
I guess just in response, Race, we're really putting a lot of this responsibility in your hands. And the only thing that FWP would really say no to, because we would have to, is anything outside of our authority. So Hank is going to, when hopefully he gets on today or next meeting, if he can't make it today, he'll talk to you guys a little bit about that. But if it's within our authority or commission authority, then we're really open. The other part of that is it might be legislative authority, and you guys might be making, recommendations to change statute, for instance, to allow us to implement those recommendations. So you guys can make a variety of recommendations, but as long as they're in the scope of what we actually can do by law, then I don't see why the director or the director's office would say no to any of your recommendations.
Thank you, Deb. Druska, did you have?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned that I had served on the previous advisory committee for the guiding principles. And I've also been on the local school board for way too many years. But I wanted to stress, I guess, that in the facilitated process that we used, how important words are. And, I know we're trying to create actions, but a lot of the work that we did was wordsmithing, because words take on a whole new meaning, on their placement, on which word you put, with which noun or, adjectives, nouns, whatever. So a lot of our experience was, no, I don't like that word. So then we struggled with what's the word everybody can live with, or what's the word everybody actually likes. And we did develop a product at the end of the day, but it was a lot of give and take on wording and what was most important to who was at the, who was in the group.
Words can be very powerful as we take the abstract thought and try to refine it in. We all have different thoughts and ideas on what that abstract thought is. So those words play a significant role in that. Chuck, you have your hand raised.
So I've been involved this last session quite extensively in the Montana legislature. And not specific to anything that we did there, but what I noticed to a great degree was the amount of credence legislators put on fellow legislators. I would call that trust, because I would go to talk to one of them about our particular piece of legislation, and they would say, what's so-and-so doing? And I'd tell them, and they say, well, that's good enough for me. You've got my vote. So I think that I'm probably not really answering your question, Kimberly, or I'm probably deviating, but trust is so important. And I think it accentuates the fact that I would really like to get to know all of you a lot better than I do now. I mean, I have no reason not to trust you, but as we go along, I think we'll become incumbent that when one of us says something, that we know that they're telling the truth, you know. And look, I'm not making any presumptions here. It's just that we're going to make important decisions, and they got to be based on what we hear has to be fact. And that carried through in that legislative session where that's the trust is so incredibly important as we, you know, there was plenty of contention there. Don't get me wrong, but that's part of the reason contention was broke, is because enough people trusted what somebody else was going to do that they broke the deadlock in that regard.
Trust is important, and especially believing that someone is saying the truth when they speak stood out. Matt.
Yeah, I guess my example would be I'm on the local school board here, and when I first got on, there was a lot of contention between the school board and the teachers, and I got put on a salary negotiations committee. And just kind of going back, kind of what Chuck said was there was a very much an us against them type scenario that had been built over the years, and they didn't trust the school board. And this, you know, as divisive things were said, it was just dividing this wedge. And I kind of came in as a, you know, just with a fresh set of eyes, and kind of realized that, you know, like, we're all in this together. I'm like, and I went to the meeting and I just brought in our budgets and I showed everybody what we had to work with. And once there was like understanding between the two parties, and like you say, and that once they put a little trust into it, I wasn't lying to them and I wasn't trying to get one over on them. We were just trying to find a compromise that worked for everybody, because we're all in the same boat, same school district. And I kind of look at this in the same way, is that I have a feeling that if we sat down with the different sides, that we probably have more agreements than we have disagreements. And that if we can work from that point of view, I think we could come to some conclusions here.
Thank you, Matt. So the us versus them scenario will cause some level of conflict overall. So Ian, let me just pose one quick question, and I recognize you. Yes, we'll get you next. So thinking about collaboration and consensus, what really works well to get there? Thinking about your experiences, what really helps that we should think about? What are those actions that we can think about that works really well? Or pose it differently, what doesn't work well? So think about each of those. And Ian.
Yeah, I guess as far as past experience for me, I don't have extensive experience on boards such as this, but we, in the consulting industry, we do a lot of like public interactions and outreach and whatnot. And typically we see that, most of the times conflict arises from, a lot of, like what Matt was touching on, conflict arises from just a lack of understanding. The more informed and knowledgeable you can, get a group on the issues, the more the solution becomes a lot more clear cut. And I think, just long form discussion is very, very beneficial to, hearing out each one of these people that have, an area of expertise, and, trying to understand their point of view, because, I'm probably going to come in with a lot of opinions, on what should get done or could get done, but, it's very helpful to hear, from experts in the field to know whether or not these things are valid or not.
So really having that understanding, a deeper understanding, so that it doesn't lead to that level of conflict. I think I also sort of tie that with the discussion of trust too. So believing someone is saying the truth when they speak. and that understanding what's going on in that deeper discussion. Aaron?
Yeah, so with me and my job, of course, every week submitting credits that are above my authority level to my peers and loan committee. You know, it piggybacks on what Chuck said about trust on what your borrowers, you know, I always go back to the trust but verify method. You certainly want to trust your customer, but trust but verify. But in the end, you know, it is part your decision as well. And that's where your gut instinct on a lot of these things comes into play as well. So
trust and verify, also rely a little bit on your gut. Okay. So when you're thinking about the collaborative process, how did you know when a decision was going to be made? What helped you know that a decision was getting made? I typically will say in a group, discussions are not decisions. And we think about this quite a lot because discussions can lead to decisions, but something has to be a decision. So how do you know when a decision has to happen? Is it Chuck? Yes. Chuck?
Okay, so since everybody's so eager to answer this one, I'll start out. So really kind of what it comes down to is what just happened is that all the facts have been laid out, it's been discussed, and the room really is silent. There's really nothing else to say. You're just down to the point where you've got to raise your hand, yes or no. And I guess that's my point. That's when you make the decision. There's a point where you've aired it out and maybe you've danced around it because you don't want to make that tough decision. But when the facts are done and the discussion has been had, it's time to call for the question and have the vote.
So you have your facts, they're all out there, and you have to say yes or no in that space. So Scott, then
Are we going to operate like off Robert's Rules of Order where there's going to be a motion and somebody's going to say, I motion we make this decision, and then we're going to have a time for comment, and then we're going to have it all in favor, and it's way more organized? It's going to be like that, or is it just going to be more nonchalant kind of deal?
I will turn that question right back to you, Scott, and say, what are you thinking?
Well, that's what I've always had those in the organized groups we've had. Like we have somebody like whoever's doing this and say, it sounds like there's been a motion made. And so whether Aaron or Daruska or whatever makes a motion and they state their motion, and then we're going to open the floor up to conversation. Everybody's allowed to voice their opinion. And then at the end, we're going to make a vote. And then that's why it's a little more orderly. I've found that works well, but maybe people don't like that. I don't know.
So we've got a couple thumbs up. So yes, how about this, Scott? Let's get a couple other thoughts. We'll talk about what we have to do with Elk and see if that does fit. If that's something that you guys want to do, then we can go forward and do that. Or if you want to do an abridged version, whatever it may be, how you guys want to make the decision process is what we are defining and deciding now. So that is on the table as a possible option. So let's hear from Druska, and then let's talk a little bit about what we have to do for this group in particular, and then we will outline that process. And it might end up being exactly as you explained. Does that work for you, Scott?
Works for me.
Okay. And I think you're on mute. Yes.
Sorry. When, to some degree, I think that the discussion, sort of what Chuck was saying, that, I mean, you discuss it, everybody has their say, and you have a gut feeling like Aaron was talking about. you know when people are done. And you know when everybody's had their chance to say what they wanted to say. And you also have a feeling for what the room's going to do. So, you know, I don't know if it has to be as rigid as Robert's rules. We might want to also consider if, you know, if Chuck makes the motion and it's a motion that, you know, 50% of the people out there hate, then does that put too much of a spotlight on Chuck? Is it better to be more of a grassroots evolves whatever kind of thing? That's up for discussion. My only other comment was that transparency is critical, because the minute anybody out there or anybody within this group feels like they're not getting the whole truth, or, you know, something's happening that they're not privy to, everything's done, because we will lose the trust of not only the public, but ourselves. And so as we go through all of this process, I think we owe it to ourselves to be as honest and forthright with everybody, so that that transparency is there. So when you're done with the meeting, you don't feel like I wasn't heard, nobody listened, any of that kind of stuff. So transparency is critical.
Thank you. So really keying in on that transparency and making sure that having a discussion too, I think I captured of if it's someone specifically in the group that makes a motion too, if we want to have it, or more of that grassroots, and also the conversation of transparency. One more question to think about is what kind of agreement or engagement is involved in the process. So when we talk about moving forward about what we're doing here, I want you to think about what range of agreement needs to occur. So remember I talked about that spectrum. So 1 through 5, or I think that one had 9. I usually do fist to 5, but what range of agreement? So we are going to talk a little bit about that too. But it's something that I didn't hear in your past discussions, is who needs to be involved and what level of agreement. So when we think about our common vision of elk management and what we're trying to achieve and our purpose, I'm going to share my screen. These were from your introductions. These are notes that I captured. They are short, nothing too in depth. They're short notes, but I'll give you a minute to reflect on what our vision of elk management is, what folks said overall. So can I get someone to read the first row across? So there are 4 there. Can I get someone to read those out loud? Anyone?
The top row.
Comment.
Please. Aaron and then Scott.
Okay, sorry. And the first row across, correct?
Yes, please.
Common ground between landowners, public, and FWP. When come up with a solution, to sell it to the public and move forward. Not everyone in the public will. Group coming together, backgrounds and interests that can help everyone in a common agreement. And I can't see all the last one here. Someone else might have to do that one. But hope for more common ground.
Yeah. And sorry, these are my shorthand. I was typing while you guys were.
No problem.
How about the second row?
I put my glasses on here. Hold on.
Thank you, Scott. I can see.
Elk management is landowners and outfitters, sportsmen in the past, political pressure, lean towards one another. There are things we won't agree on, but there are things we can agree on. Instead of complaining, finding a compromise we can live with. Hard to have a huge win. A solution needs to make sense for all stakeholders, won't be positively looked at. In the past, there was one group is essentially promoted over another. One wins and another doesn't. We can balance the needs.
How about the last 2 rows? Can I get one more volunteer to do the third row, and then we'll do another volunteer?
Sure, I can do the third row.
Thank you.
We need to build relationships with us on Zoom and the other agencies. Large group effort from all of us has a say in hunting and ranching. This is going to be a mountain to climb from every aspect. listen to everyone in the room, and that we are not coming from the same space. In this group, varied background and maximize the interest of each stakeholder. I wouldn't put the interest of stakeholders above the elk.
Thank you. Last row.
I can
I'll
just
do
keep
it.
going. Oh. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thanks. Willingness to work together, three-pronged stool, like-minded in one way. We will have different opinions. One size fits all approach might not work.
Thank you. So this is our original discussion about what we think collaborative management is, or collaborative elk management is. And the reason that I pull that forward is I want you to reflect on that in conjunction with our purpose. So thinking about our purpose overall and what we're trying to achieve and our vision of what that collaborative management looks like. I'm going to ask you a couple different questions too. I'll give you a second to read the chat. Okay. So the question that I have for you is, does anybody want to describe some key aspects that they think will occur with this type of management, things that we need to take into consideration? What do we need to take into consideration when we're moving forward? Stacy.
And it's been mentioned before, but I think we definitely need to take into consideration what has been done in the past, what's worked, what's kind of worked, and what's definitely not worked as we move forward.
Perfect. So take into consideration the past. Keith.
I think we need to take into consideration the resource and the sustainability of whatever we come up with.
Perfect. Okay. Resources and sustainability. Okay. Stephanie.
I think it's been said several times, but just how different regionally diverse we are in Montana, and that clearly what's going to work over here in central Montana isn't going to work for regions 1 and 2.
Perfect. So really thinking about that diversity throughout. Driska. You're on mute.
I'm getting tired, I guess. I think everybody has to understand that at some point you're going to be in the absolutely not category on that scale that you showed us, Kimberly. And I would just recommend that ahead of time, people think about what that might feel like and how they're going to resolve that. Because there's some pretty tough stuff we're going to have to talk about, and it affects a lot of us in different ways. And, you know, there may be one thing that is an absolute no forever for you. And if that's the case, we all need to recognize that and be able to work around it and make it work. But that is something that's going to happen.
Thank you. So if there's an absolute no, we have to acknowledge it and figure out a way around. Chuck, then Scott.
So one of the things in our statement was concerning new and creative ideas. And that's all well and good. But there may be ideas out there that are policies now that aren't new, or they're not really creative, but they're working. The problem is they're being resisted by one group or another, or maybe they're misplaced. Maybe they're being used in an area where they don't need to be, and need to be used more in a localized area. But I don't think we want to look past some of the policies that are being used now or have been in the past and just mark them off as not working, because I think there's some some work that's been done by FWP that's that could work pretty well. In fact, is working pretty well. So I don't want to limit ourselves to just coming up with new policies.
So having that recognition that there are current things going on, maybe not say everything is failing, but there are things that we might be able to talk about too. Scott.
Yeah, I think that we need to be prepared that we need to understand that we're going to be misunderstood sometimes. I think there's going to be people watching this, not just from Montana, but I think there's going to be people paying attention to this from all over the country. I've had people reach out to me from other states already. And so I think there's a lot of people out there, Montana and otherwise, that won't be able to relate to what it's like to be a stock grower, a livestock producer, a landowner, or a sportsman. And I think without that context, I think that we need to be prepared to be misunderstood by people and maybe be a little thick-skinned towards some of that.
Perfect. So recognizing this group might be perceived one way externally as well, and that might lead to different things. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen with you, and I'm going to try to focus on developing a process overall. So I have chaotically created some sticky notes that's going to be organized chaos at best for your viewing pleasure. And what I did was I captured in short sentences the things that I did here as of thus far. I put them into this area here for potential practices. They are just there to know that we've held them. These are things that you've identified in your past that have been effective for you, or right now when we talked about elk in particular, things to take into consideration. What I want to do is sort of unpack these different components up top, which is the trigger, who needs to be involved, what actions to take, what level of agreement is needed, if there are any next steps or actions, and how do we finalize a decision. This is like the nitty-gritty of process. So we've taken the backside of your history, your knowledge, your experience of groups. We've sort of discussed what elk management here, our vision is, things that we need to take into consideration in the process. And we're going to start to map it out. What I did was I put these little mountains here. It's kind of the bedrock is underneath. So all facts are out and discussed. I just pulled that from a sticky note down here and pulled it over here saying, maybe that's a trigger that we want to use. Maybe it's not, but I'm just acknowledging that that came up in the discussion overall. If there are other ones that you want to pull into these areas, we can by all means do that and use it as a resource so that we can look at those. So the trigger right now is if all facts are out and discussed, someone in the group makes a motion. For involvement, I put in inclusive. It might also be under agreement. I wasn't sure, so I just left those in those spaces. But this is where we're going to start to say, okay, so something happens that we know that we need a decision. Maybe it's all the facts are out and we've discussed. Who needs to be involved? What actions need to be taken? What level of agreement needs to occur? And then are there any follow-up and how do we finalize it? Does that process make sense to everyone here? Are we comfortable doing that? Got some head nods. Scott? Oh, got a thumbs up. So when we think on the discussions that we had, I'm going to say that I got a couple thumbs up, so I'm going forward with it. When we think about the discussions that we had on our past groups, and we think about what we need for vision for elk management in this group here, what sort of things might get us to the space of triggering a decision? How do you want to trigger a decision in this group?
I think we're going to be under some strict scrutiny or potential scrutiny. I think it needs to be pretty cut and dried. And I know maybe somebody doesn't like the Robert's Rules of Orders and everybody voting and a motion and everything like that. But that way there's no question and everything's, I mean, Druska, you want to do a grassroots thing, but I think the public's going to be watching this every single time, and we're going to be judged on the actions we take. And I think definitive motions with definitive things would cover us a lot if we have finite and definitive motions and votes and stuff like that. So people know where we stand, people know what we said. Just that way, nothing's going to be open to interpretation, which we don't necessarily want.
Okay. So I have the trigger to really be a motion, and then the action would possibly be a vote. So Stephanie?
I don't know if this is a kind of a way to get around one person maybe being the person who's the fall guy when they make a motion. If maybe we elected kind of as a committee, like somebody who kind of performs like the Speaker of the House, kind of, or a chairman or something, that they kind of are the one that triggers those motions. And so it's kind of more of a neutral leadership instead of saying, Druska is making this motion, this is all on her. I just trying to think of a way to kind of not put all of the motions on individuals.
So maybe having this.
I think when the majority votes, we all own it. Just because somebody makes a motion, there's going to be discussion. And then once the vote, if the majority votes for it, every single person that voted for it owns it.
Yep. Nope. You're right, Scott. Good point.
And I think, like, if I vote for it, somebody's going to send me some hate mail, and I'm going to say, I made the decision. I voted for it. So yes, that's my decision.
Nope. I think you're right. That's a good point.
I'm gonna put this, you vote it, you own it. I'll put that as next actions, or in that space, but I do that. That's something that we need to take into consideration. I'm sorry. So what do we think? Are we landing sort of on someone proposes a motion?
I think so.
Okay. Do we want to have discussion before that and then proposes a motion, or just proposes a motion? Just out of curiosity. Because we have that all facts are out and discussed. So I just wanted to know if you wanted to incorporate that or not.
I think typically you're going to have discussion that leads to the motion, but there will likely be discussion following any motion for clarifications or changes in that motion that may or may not gain people's support. So I think it has to be both sides of that. While I'm talking, I'll stay under 5 minutes. I guess I'm curious, reading of this agreement level, what is the level of agreement needed? We want to try to represent every shareholder, interest here as best we can. 50% has been tossed out. Is that something we're happy with, or do we want, more on the 2/3 level in order to adopt it, or we throw it out? I guess I'd toss that out there for discussion.
And I will hold and open that conversation too. I think that's a great conversation discussion. Driska.
My experience has been that if you have a motion that, really is that even, it's not a good motion. That you should refine it and, get better than 50. Because I don't think then we're representing like we need to be. Maybe something comes along and it ends up being 50-50. I don't know. But I think our goal should be, I think our goal should be that we have universal agreement on motions. That should be our goal. And if we haven't worded it right or discussed it enough that we only end up with 50, then I don't think that's good enough.
So maybe there's discussion, it leads to a motion. We need to talk about who needs to be involved, but maybe that leads to a vote of some sort. If it's less than 50%, maybe it goes to this clarification section. and then circles back. What do folks think of that? You can put arrows in too if that helps. Chuck.
So I think one thing we want, and this is not really to answer that question, Kimberly, it's kind of going back to the previous. I don't want it ever to look like that. And I don't know how I don't know who's representing who's landowners, who's sportsmen. I don't really have a good grasp of that at this moment, but I don't want it to make it look like that one group railroaded another group and that's what we came out with. That's not going to end up solving anything. We've really got to be legitimate here. And, 100% is a tough number to get on anything, I mean, my wife and I don't agree 100% of the time, but we've managed to make it work for 45 years. So, I don't know what the number is. 50% is no good, obviously. There's no correlate on that. If two abstain and they're both of, either the sportsman side or the landowner side or the outfitter side, then the other sides are going to feel like maybe that they an abstention is a no vote, by the way. If they abstain or vote no, then is it a railroad? Is this thing just a joke? These guys got in there, and we got to be really careful here of really being dedicated to making sure that we don't come across as being not legitimate and forcing our way. That's been done too much in the past. So I'm rambling a little bit here, but I don't want to get into a point where we look disingenuous and look like we rammed stuff through and we're going to call it an elk management plan.
So some level of representation overall, I put it in who needs to be involved. Maybe some level of representation needs to occur there. And we're not quite sure if it needs to be a 50% or 100%. Well, more than 50% is probably good. A goal of 100%, we're not quite sure. Some level of representation seems to be what we're striving for. I will also fully acknowledge I did not ask in the beginning part of this meeting what side of what fence you fall on for this very reason. And I'm hoping we can save off on that for a little bit and then move forward. But Druska, yes. You're on mute.
Now I have a little bit of confusion about what type of things we're going to vote on.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm perfectly okay with motion and voting if we've gotten as far as like a recommendation, because I think we should be able to say everybody had a vote on this recommendation and it, and X number agreed or all of us agreed. I think once we get to a recommendation, then we should be expected to do that. I think all of the preliminary stuff before we get to the recommendation in a Word form that we would send to FWP, I'm not sure that has to all have voting stuff. I think we have really good in-depth, thorough discussion. And from that discussion, we all know we're moving forward.
What do we think of adding motion for a recommendation? Got some head nods. And a thumbs up. Okay. So being really explicit here, what triggers a full decision is really going to be we have some level of discussion, then we make a motion for a recommendation in particular. We still need to talk about who needs to be involved in that space. The actions are votes, and then the level of agreement. And it seems if we get lower than 50%, we're going to circle back and have that clarifying discussion. I'm assuming if we hit that 100%, you voted it, you own it, and you are in that next step of championing and moving things forward. Scott.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw something out there, and if nobody jumps on this, I will I'm not going to be upset at all. My father-in-law told me one time that he was on a school board at one point. I've never been on a school board. I have no experience with it. I'm speaking from a position of ignorance. I admit it. But he told me that oftentimes when they would discuss something, when you got a feeling how the votes were going to fall, he said, even if you didn't like something, if you knew that you were going to get outvoted in the end, it was only a 3-member board. He said it was kind of expected that you vote with it just to show the unanimous support to the community. I don't know if there's a way to do this in this situation. I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if there's a way to take like a straw poll early on, I don't know. Please, everybody tell me what you think of that, or if there's a way to do that. If there's not, that's fine.
So I'm going to key in on, Drew Scott, go ahead.
So Scott, in my perfect world, what I would think would be successful in this group is if we've had this really thorough discussion and we have reached a recommendation that everybody really can, to some level, buy into. So when we take that vote, it's not going to be just because. It's going to be because we truly believe that it's a good recommendation to send to FWP. If I'm landowner X and I think it's the stupidest thing in the world, I'll vote no. But I would hope that in this group, we can avoid sending a recommendation to FWP that everybody can't buy into it to some degree. But all the discussions leading up to that, I think, are fair game. And we talk it till we're blue in the face to the point where everybody can have some buy-in.
Okay. So what I keyed in on there is to get to that vote, what you're really voting on is you have to believe that the recommendation is worth sending to FWP, and there's buy-in to some degree. I think this circles back to that idea of that spectrum of what things look like on agreement. So you can have that full-fledged champion. You can have that absolutely zero not happening, but there's a range in between. It might not be the greatest thing ever, but if you're just okay saying that we are able to send it to FWP, that might be the mark for the vote. Does that make sense? Is that okay? I captured that. Okay. Okay, Chuck.
So I think the degree by which FWP would accept and regard and even enact what comes out of this committee, if it's coming out of here in a unanimous manner, I think that's going to add a lot of strength to what we recommend. If it comes out on a split vote and, one of the sides says, yeah, we don't really like that, then we're kind of right back to where we are right now. So I think if the recommendation we all got to agree on it, and it's the stuff that Druska's talking about, working up to that point, we should be able to tweak about anything around till it'll work for everybody. And if it doesn't, it just doesn't. And maybe it wasn't a good idea.
It seems the conversation is going, and let me know if I'm capturing this correctly. It could be 100% full-fledged agreement, or a range of agreement, but at 100% saying we support presenting it. Is that kind of where we're at? And maybe in that second bin of we support it. It might not every component is everything that we love, but we 100% support, and that's what our consensus means to us. Okay. Got Brett.
I guess I see it as maybe two parts to it. I feel like we can have individual recommendations. I'm assuming FWP wants a list of ideas from us. We might end up with 10 recommendations. Not everyone might fully buy into every one of those, but the end final product, including all of those recommendations, we need to be on board that unanimously as a package. That's what we came up with. Otherwise, I think Chuck's right. There's going to be, I don't think you can make a single recommendation on any single topic that would get 100% support. But as a package, we can have something that helps everyone as a stakeholder out. Just a thought.
What do folks think of that? Okay.
I tend to agree with that.
Okay. So I believe it's a good set of recommendations.
Okay.
Would that be how I capture that? I believe it's a good set of Does that capture it? We believe it's a good set rather than it is a good recommendation. It's a good set of recommendations. There may be variation between those recommendations as to full support or not full support. But there's the set that we produce is, so it might not be, what I'm getting at is it might not be individual recommendations that we are saying yes or no on. It might be a whole package and say, this is our set that we think is pretty good. Does that sound right? Okay. I'll remove this one. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about this who needs to be involved component. So we know that there's going to be levels of discussion. We know some motion for your recommendation or set of recommendations is being made. What representation do we need in order to get to that vote component? Who needs to be at the table? Stephanie.
I'm just curious on this process. It seems like when I watch the commission meetings, for instance, when motions are made, then it goes out to public comment. I don't know if that's something, do we need to follow that kind of structure? Because I know the public will be able to comment in future meetings. So where is their opportunity to weigh in on our motions, if that makes sense?
I'll answer that one. So this doesn't have to obviously follow commission process. You guys are representatives of the public. You applied to be a part of this group, and you in essence are representing the public here. What we're hopeful of is during the future meetings, not just the sounding board, but you'll hear from the public as well. We'll set aside times at every meeting for public comment. So you'll be taking those into consideration as you make those recommendations and vote on them. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question, Stephanie?
Yes, thank you.
We specifically highlighted 3 different areas that we would want specific feedback from the sounding board in particular. So when we're assessing different processes. So circling back to this idea of we need to have some level of representation involved in the process. What does that look like? We have this discussion, we have this motion for the set recommendations. What does representation look like? Everyone in the meeting, everyone here, a percentage of folks.
Are you basically asking how many people we want to make a quorum on decisions?
It's one way to ask it. Yes, I'm kind of asking not just is there a set number, so is there a threshold? Do we need 5 folks? But also, does it matter who those 5 folks are? So who needs to be involved in the process? We've talked a lot about being inclusive and making sure that we have the representation that we need, especially if we come out with a recommendation where half the group thinks one thing and half the group thinks another. So it seems very important to capture that component of representation. So I would expand it a little bit beyond just how many folks, but who needs to be represented too. Is that a hand raise or a clap?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you make a vote on a recommendation or a motion on a recommendation. In the instance of transparency and really, really trying to reach the public, are you better off letting it sit there for the public to look at for a week or two? Or a couple of, if we're meeting every 2 weeks, so it would have to be a 2-week interim, that, this is the recommendation we're going to send forward, and 1, 2, 3. Are we better off giving them that much time? Or if they're not on the call and aren't making public comment as we go along, then we make the recommendation and vote? I don't know what the answer is.
So again, I would say, a lot of this is in your hands to make these decisions, Jessica, and decide yourselves. Obviously, if you want to incorporate that public input, and we would encourage that, to reach out to folks, to let folks reach out to you in between meetings and hear from them. And perhaps have set agendas where the public understands when you guys are going to be making these decisions. It's up to you how formal you want it to be, but know that I think the strength of your recommendations will be demonstrated in public support, if that makes sense.
I think we're talking representation. It might be not just this group, so maybe the sounding board or the public here. So we might need to take into consideration, and Chuck, I see you. We make a motion, we pause, we go to the sounding board, and then we circle back with the group here.
I have this vision that we have a recommendation and we vote on it at the time, and then we get all this rush of public saying, what the heck were you thinking? So I don't know if it's better to give them a chance ahead of time to say, what the heck were you thinking, or after the vote.
I agree with Deriska on this. So what you could do, and I've seen it done like this, is we could have a motion, and it could be a seconded motion. And so you'd have a seconded motion before the board, which would be all of us. And we can publish that. And then I'm assuming the public's going to have a website where they can submit all their comments. And then in 2 weeks when we meet, everybody would have the opportunity to review all the public's comments on that email. Like, we can all read them and say, hey, the public likes this, the public doesn't like this. And then we'd have a seconded motion in front of the board on our second meeting after 2 weeks, and we could make a vote at that time. Well, we'd open it up for comment again and say, hey, there's a seconded motion in front of the board. Any further comment from members of the board? And we could all have a second time to talk, and we could say, hey, I read all this stuff on this. I'm not sure, Deb, is there going to be a site where we can go and read one spot where we can read all the public's comments on this?
So yeah, we didn't think about being kind of the clearinghouse for public comment on recommendations that you guys were making. I'm sure we could set something up. There is a website dedicated to this group. And so I'm sure we could set something up in some sort of a survey monkey where you guys see the public comments coming in on some of your recommendations. The alternative, of course, is getting emails from the public and from the areas, either the interests that you represent or the geographic areas you guys represent, and having the public reach out to you guys directly.
Okay, so there'd be some kind of way we could kind of get that input. And then we could say, okay, there's been a seconded motion. We can all have it a second time after everybody would have, the public would have 2 weeks of thought, us board members would have 2 weeks of thought, and then we could have a discussion again, and then we could make a vote on the seconded motion 2 weeks later.
And Chuck, I see your hand up.
Yeah, so I think we need to remember that we are the public. We're not a elected board. We're not appointed by the governor. We're the public. We're just a cross section of the public that the director thought would serve well in making these decisions. I don't think it's going to be any problem getting comment from the public. They're watching right away, and I think as soon as we get off our calls, our phone's going to be ringing, especially when there's a little more contact info out there. And I'm all for that. I mean, I've gotten phone calls already, and I expect everybody has. So, but to go to, a couple week break, letting the larger public give comment. I think it just takes too much time and is going to bog us down. We don't have that much time to come up with recommendations and then get them enacted. So I think it should be a little more informal than waiting, having that waiting period. Personal opinion.
I just want to do one point of clarification, Ian, I see you. When we say public, are we talking general public, or are we talking the sounding board of about 200 folks too?
I don't know. I agree with Chuck too, that we could bog down this process and be overwhelmed. So I just raised the question to be transparent and make sure that whatever we're voting on, people don't say, oh, good grief, we didn't know you were doing that.
Okay. So go ahead, Deb.
Sorry. So yeah, like Chuck said, and like I said earlier, you guys are the public. You guys are representing public interests and geographical areas. So I think it can be done in a variety of ways. The sounding board certainly is a resource for you, but also because these are public meetings, we will be providing opportunity for public to comment as well at each of these meetings, not just the sounding board, but the general public as well. And again, I mentioned at the beginning, we're going to have to ask for your preferred contact method that we can post on the website so the public can contact you individually. And maybe that would solve, the issue of bogging things down, but also gathering public comment, because the public will be reaching out to you and sharing what they think about your meeting or just their views. And you could collect the public comment more informally that way as well. But it's really up to you guys on how you want to handle this.
Ian and then Stephanie.
I didn't know. I mean, some of this procedural stuff, I guess, is this something that we can kind of, I guess it's hard for me to comment on some of this until we see kind of some of the discussion that comes out of this group and how things flow and whatnot. I mean, could we maybe, not try to get this one 100% right procedurally, maybe get into our first couple of meetings and circle back to this? Would it be valid to kind of come back and maybe modify I don't know. I'm just not sure any of us know really what this is ultimately gonna look like. So maybe this is something we need to circle back to. I don't know.
So I appreciate that feedback, especially thinking about incorporating the sounding board. I will say we should probably have a thought or idea, or at least an outline of what our decision-making process is going to be. Because if we end up in a situation where we're talking about a lot of different diverse perspectives and a lot of different ideas, and we're trying to make a decision right there without having a process, typically what will happen is people will make a decision-making process that best suits their outcomes. So we want to have at least a shell of an idea of what we want before we get into that space, so we're not making two decisions at the same time. I completely understand. We're going to do a rough draft, see what it looks like, see if it works. We can tweak and change it, but just making sure that we're not in that space where we have those two things happening at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I think if I don't know, I'd lean on your past experience with groups like this. I mean, feel free to, on my behalf, speak up and say, hey, in the past, this has worked really well. This is probably not a great idea. I don't know. I mean, I'm open for input on the procedural stuff, because that's not really what I showed up for.
Stephanie, then Scott.
I guess it's kind of in the same vein as when we're getting these, so folks are going to start reaching out to us. Is it okay if when we have our email group that we share those with the group? I just want to make sure that we're not breaking the public comment code if we're sharing these comments that are to the individuals versus a group setting on the website.
So maybe
Yeah, I don't see any problem for that, Stephanie, at all. I mean, if they're making comment on a very public process, I don't see why you can't share that amongst yourselves. Pretty much anything that we receive is matter of public record anyway. So I think sharing it amongst your group, however you guys decide to do that, I think that's perfectly all right.
So maybe before our next meeting, we can ask for some resources on what sharing looks like, or what that space that we have available to us, so that we're not violating open meetings acts and things along those lines. So maybe a brief summary or description of what that could look like would help. Okay. And Scott?
Is there
I
a
would
way?
just-
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Scott.
I'm sorry. I thought she's called me because I have my unmute.
There are two Scotts. Yes, we do need to address that.
You can't go wrong with a name like Scott, right, Scott? So I guess, is there a way like you guys could have one email address of ours, and then we could all create just a second one, like official communication from this group, and then another one that the public can go to, so we don't get inundated on the ones we're supposed to, like a lot of us conduct probably day-to-day business on a certain email. Is that possible, Deb, or is that not possible?
Yeah, I think it would be. I'll look into that. I mean, we do it for other things. The reason we have you guys is so the public can interact with you. I know getting tons and tons of emails is not easy to filter through. So I'll check into that, but I still will need from you guys, your preferred method of contact, whether it's an email you use all the time, or an email you set up just for this group. So you don't have to filter through all your other personal stuff. But yeah, I'll look into that to see if I can't set up something for you guys.
Scott has been patiently waiting. Also sees.
Oh, I'm fine. I was just going to say, I think with the way that we're all passionate about this, the amount of time that we've taken discussing this procedure, once we start talking about elk, I think there's going to be ample time for the public to comment. I don't think we're going to have a discussion, a recommendation, a motion, and a vote before the public gets a chance to weigh in. So, but anyway, that was all.
Thank you. So we will work to incorporate the public. It may or may not be just for recommendations, but we will work to incorporate the public in the sounding board throughout. Stephanie, and then I do see Hank is here, so we might want to pause for that.
Sorry, one more quick thing. I would love to see kind of that email box from FWP, just because I know that some of these groups use those email form letters, and I know we're going to get inundated with those. And so I don't know if there's a way to kind of vet those. I know that it's just part of the process, but it would be nice if that was kind of, I don't know. I'm sure you guys deal with it all the time, so maybe you guys have a better way to deal with it.
Yeah, so finding a strategy to make sure that we are collecting information from the public, even if it goes to you personally, so it doesn't get lost in your personal emails, but finding some sort of strategy to keep that level of engagement without becoming swamped, inundated, overwhelmed. Okay. I do see Hank here. We do have 11 minutes left. I want you guys to think about who needs to be involved in this group. Is it 100% everybody? So that is one key thing that I do want you to think about when it comes to the recommendations itself. When we're going forward with that, what that looks like, we're getting that 100%, making sure that there might be a range of disagreement or not full support within each of those, but think about who needs to be involved. And I know I will turn it over to Deb to do a brief introduction.
Yeah, are you gonna stop screen sharing?
Yes.
Yeah. So we don't have a whole lot of time, but our director is here, and maybe we can make time at the next meeting for more Q&A, maybe at the beginning of our next meeting. But I just wanted to introduce Hank. He's been with us now just over a year as the director, but he was with us before as the licensed bureau chief. And just he was just going to share with you guys his thoughts on why this group was put together and asked to be put together, and probably won't say much more. I'll let him say what he'd like. He'll say it much better than me. And like I said, we don't have a whole lot of time this time, so maybe we can get him on the next agenda for more Q&A. So Hank, you want to share your thoughts?
Appreciate it, Deb. Yeah, we'll definitely plan on that. And I apologize. First of all, I apologize for being delayed. We had EQC meeting today and it ran a lot longer than anybody had planned. So, but it was a good topic. We talked about the 454 agreements with landowners in different ways. So first of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to put in. It was a hard selection process. I think Deb probably went over that with you. We had 243 people apply. And I was really impressed with everybody's application. So I think this is going to be a good group. You have varied backgrounds, and I think everybody's willing to work together to come up with some solutions. So there's no preconceived notions of what you're going to come up with, what you're going to do. We're not going to give any guidance from the department telling you we think you should do this, this, and this. It's going to be whichever way it leads from you guys. And if you need help, if you need groups that you'd like to talk to, for example, PERC or some other group you'd like to have come in and give their presentation what they do, you know, all that's open. Just work through Deb and we can figure it out. We want to give you the tools that you need to do the job. And I'm really looking forward to working with all of you on this. So I know you're short on time, but I'll ask any questions real quick. That's the way I like it.
Hey, Hank, this is Chuck Ryan.
Yes, sir.
So we've talked a lot about the public reaching out to us. We know that'll happen. We welcome that. But what about us reaching out to other groups to go around and get their input previous? Is that something that you would recommend or not?
You know, I would do whatever you think best to make an informed decision on this stuff. So however you want to reach out, however you want to do it, I'm not going to say that you should have trap lines or you should do this or you do these other things. What works best for you that you can feel comfortable that when this comes together, you've got enough insight, enough backing to make informed decisions. Does that help, Chuck?
Yeah. So we've pretty much got free reign.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Kimberly, you okay with that? Kimberly, am I promising something we shouldn't do? I got a habit of doing it every now and then. So anything else?
Ian.
Yeah, Hank, I don't know. I mean, maybe just like real quick, and I know there was a lot of information that was sent out, but just as far as like what your hopes out of this group is for like a deliverable or anything, I mean, are you, I'm
really not, I don't have anything in mind. I'll be honest with you. I've looked at this. I just got back from EQC and I said, I explained that we put this group together today. You talk, and then you guys were meeting today and they wanted to know where you're from. So I had to read the towns you were from off today at the EQC. But I told them I look at this as three approaches and a problem with is elk and elk management and getting access and everything else. So we have the Private Land Public Wildlife Council that's working on access issues, 454 different access programs we have. And then we've got this group that's going to be kind of wide open to look at things. And then we're going to get the elk management plan. Let's come up with a plan for elk management. So I look at it as like a triangulation fire, three different options trying to get at an issue. And like I said, once again, there's no preconceived notion of what I expect you to come up with or not. I think you will do that. I worked with a group somewhat like this when we did our fee increase, and it was really good. And we just said, here's our issue, and help us figure it out. And everybody dug in and worked together and come up with some good solutions. And we ended up getting our fee increase, which helped the department immensely. And we don't have to do it again for several years. So, like you said, there's nothing that I'm really driving you to. I know that doesn't help, but you got full reign. And I think sometimes that's the best way to be creative. is be able to think outside the box and come up with some ideas that, stick it and see how it fits with the other people. It may sound like a stupid idea until you throw it out there and somebody else says, hell, that's a great idea. Let's pursue this more. So does that help, sir?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that I just kind of curious on your words on what is this group all about and what's the aim. So I mean, there isn't an aim, and they're come up with good new fresh ideas. I think is the takeaway maybe.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think the idea is how to get us to harvest more access, how to harvest more elk and get access. Because I say all the time, I don't have the luxury of managing elk where we want them to be. I have to manage elk where they're at, and a lot of them are on private land and stuff like that. And also, I mean, we've got the PLPW looking at ways to recognize landowners and appreciate what landowners do. We've got a lot of different programs, block management, all that stuff. So it's just, I wish I had something, a neat little package to say, here, take this and do this, but I don't. And I think that just, with what I read from everybody in there, with their passion about this, I think you guys will come up with some good ideas.
As far as those other things that you were talking about, elk management plan, PLPW, do you have any update on the status of the elk management plan, or is there a draft out there that we can read as part of this?
Yeah, there's not anything. There's not at this point, Ian. But what I'll do is, as stuff comes up and gets done, we'll make sure you're part of this. I mean, you can see it. And the same with, I've asked the PLPW people to watch these if they can, and also help out with it too. So multifaceted. I know it's a tall order without really telling you a lot to do. And take this pebble from my hand and figure out what it's going to be. But I think you guys can do it. Anything else?
Thanks, Hank, for.
Anything you want to?
I was just saying, thanks for coming, Hank. I know you were busy all day today, and we appreciate you coming the last few minutes to share your thoughts.
Wish I could have come here earlier and get it from the start, but next time I'll make sure I'm there, and feel free to ask questions. I'll do some more thought on, do I have some more guidance for you? I really, like I said, I want to keep it pretty open and have you think about things, especially in this phases. So. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Hank. So we will incorporate Hank into our, possibly at the beginning part of our next meeting, if he has time. So we will make sure that we have that space for you to have conversations and discussions. Thanks, Hank.
Yeah, thank you, Kimberly.
We have about 2 minutes left. The one area that I would like you to consider for moving forward is really thinking about if we need everyone in those recommendations moving forward with our decision-making process. Just quick wrap-up closing items that I do want you to take into consideration is please complete the poll, the doodle poll, by tomorrow. Chuck, you shuffled on the board with me. Chuck, Deb will reach out to you tomorrow to make sure that you are taken care of and you can get your, whatever is happening there, we will troubleshoot and make sure that you're able to get your doodle poll responses in for us by tomorrow. If you have not already scheduled a meeting with me to do a meet and greet, please do so. If you want to, I would love to talk to you guys each in depth to know a little bit more about you and your perspective and just introduce myself on a personal level. So if you'd like to do that, please do that. I would be happy to have that conversation and discussion with you. And then the last thing is really go through the decision charter. We did look at different components of the decision charter overall. So we are going to try to finalize that draft and make it into a solid product for you guys to reference back. We will add those tweaks and changes that we discussed today, but please do review it and see if there's anything else that needs to occur. Our next meeting We will focus mostly on the clarifying the decision context, making sure that we have a common understanding of what we're working on and where we're going. So if there are any additional resources that you need in that space too, please let me know, either or Deb via email. I know we are right at time. So please do reach out if you have any thoughts or ideas on additional resources you need. That was a quick next steps for everyone here. So how was your first meeting? Everyone on board? We're a quiet group.
Kimberly, it was great. Just amazing to me.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Hank, and I can't wait to have you in our next meeting.
Believe me, I would have rather been here than EQC, I can guarantee you.
All right, well, Kimberly and or I will be sending out emails with information, and I will get back to you on all the things that you asked of me. And I will get out the meeting invitations as soon as you guys finish the doodle polls, and we'll schedule those meetings all the way out through July.
Outstanding.
And Heath, you have your hand up, is there?
Yeah, how do you want to go about setting up this contact list? Do you guys have that information and you just compile it, or do we need to give it to you? How do you want to do that?
I will be sending out an email asking your preferred method of contact.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right. Well, we look forward to the next meeting.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
And save chat. Okay. You're not staying on, right?
I'm out of here, so I just couldn't unmute. All right, I will. I'll talk to you tomorrow or at some point.